never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Cue the microphone. Here we go. Lights, cameras, action on a Friday. Hey, working our way into the weekend. Here we go. Hope your week's gone well. And welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, overnighttdriveradio.com. On your iPhone, your Android, Alexa, activate the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. There you go. Of course, all the podcast locations, take your pick. You'll find us there. Don't forget our friends at TNCRadio.live as well, as we get ready for the weekend. Okay. What's on the slate tonight? Another hot night, 77 degrees outside the secret bunker this hour. Pretty much identical to where we were 24 hours ago. Yes, ready for the weekend. Yeah, maybe some good swimming weather. That's on the slate for later today. That's our plan. Head out to the pool, cool off, and enjoy a little bit of summertime. As you realize, 22nd day of July won't be long, and we'll be talking the waning days of summer. All right, as the case has been pretty much all week long, the talk is the heat wave, which continues. Heat advisories again, not nearly as widespread along the eastern seaboard for a Friday versus what we saw yesterday. It was cooking. Now, we're going to see more heat advisories, though, and probably even some excessive heat warnings along the East Coast as we head through the weekend. Some of the hottest days are yet to come. Saturday looks like Sunday, and maybe into the early days of next week. You'll see some of the hottest temperatures along that I-95 corridor. What I'm looking at now is just some heat advisories, mostly in New Jersey, northern Delaware for the upcoming day. Again, widespread heat advisories stretching from northern Nebraska all the way down into eastern Oklahoma, northern Louisiana again, much of Mississippi, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, western Kentucky for the upcoming day. Hey, there is a cluster of thunder showers, thunderstorms, dropping some torrential rains in southwestern Alabama and southeastern portions of Mississippi at this hour. Still some severe thunderstorm watches in place. Looks like all the warnings for the moment have expired, and that's over the past 30 minutes or so, but we had seen some of these storms producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and even some hail in the mix there. Also had a cluster of thunderstorms up there in eastern portions of South Dakota, which had prompted a few severe thunderstorm warnings. Things beginning to wane in that area, beginning to die off. Loss of the daytime heating. Looks like you got some rain moving into Grand Isle, Nebraska. Some heavier thunderstorm activity up toward Columbus, Nebraska. Right there is between Albion and Columbus. So that'll be slowing your travels down a bit there. But it's all about the heat wave once again. That's going to actually continue to expand over the next few days. 90-plus degree heat gripping the Northeast. Record challenging heat persisting right through the weekend in some of our major cities up and down the eastern seaboard. Temperatures will even approach the century mark on Sunday in some of our major cities along the I-95 corridor. Now, triple-digit highs for several days. It's a grueling stretch. Not a whole lot of relief even during the overnight hours. This is going to be probably the most formidable of the summer so far for many big cities along the eastern seaboard. The intensifying weather pattern going to deliver some of the highest daily temperature and longest stretches of heat that you've seen in several years in the Northeast. Forecasters tell us we'll be looking for a high of 98 degrees in New York City Sunday. That will be your peak of the heat wave. Should you throttle up to the century mark, it'd actually be the first time you've seen triple-digit temperatures in New York City in 10 years' time. It was July 18th of 2012, last time you saw 100 degrees there. A bit further south, Philadelphia could tally 14 consecutive days where the high will reach 90 or greater. They're talking through the end of July and perhaps into the start of August in Philadelphia. Last time the city of brotherly love endured 8 days in a row with highs of 90 was back in 2016 in the month of August. You could hit 100 in Philly on Sunday. Last time that happened was also 10 years ago. Same day, New York City hit the century mark, July 18th of 2012. So Sunday probably going to set a new record high for that particular date in Philadelphia. On into our nation's capital. You're in the midst of your first official heat wave of the summer, as the temperature has indeed hit 90 degrees or higher for 3 consecutive days in a row as of Wednesday, with a daily high of 91. Looks like the heat there is probably going to persist for much of the rest of July again. Thursday, Beantown hit 94 degrees. You're also in the midst of a full-blown heat wave. It was 93 there Tuesday, 92 on Wednesday. There's your 3 consecutive days in excess of 90. For several hours during the afternoon and early evening this weekend, it may feel like 110 degrees in some of the urban locations along the I-95 cities, making matters worse given the vast amounts of pavement, concrete, brick surfaces. Temperatures probably not even going to drop below 80 during the overnight hours in the big cities. Further south, as we've been talking all month long, Texas continues to scorch. Texas, Wednesday, adding new daily records for Abilene and Austin, Texas. Records were broken again this past day in Austin, and you tied the record in San Antonio. Hard to imagine that there would be people without access to air conditioning or cool water, but there are those that find themselves in that situation. Those are the folks at the greatest risk for heat-related illness. All right, in addition to the concerns of dehydration, heat exhaustion, or heat stroke, especially in those vulnerable groups, children, people that experience homelessness, the extreme heat and prolonged hot weather can also lead to some problems on the roadways and the railways. Rails and roads can buckle in these kind of extreme temperatures. Several weeks ago, Amtrak reminded their passengers of the potential for delays and disruptions to rail service as the temperatures were climbing. Temperature of the roads and the rails could actually be a few dozen degrees higher than the ambient air temperature, which is officially measured in the shade approximately 6 feet above the ground. Yes, those rails absorbing the heat, the asphalt, as you know, scorching. Looks like the hot weather conditions through this upcoming weekend will actually create ideal conditions for the area beaches. Ocean temperature, water temperatures range from about 70 degrees along the Massachusetts coast. You're in the mid-80s, water temperatures down near North Carolina. We could see some pockets of chilly water developing on certain days due to local upwelling for those seeking heat relief at some of the New York City beaches. Then keep in mind there's been a number of shark sightings and closed beaches for swimmers as of late. I think we've had a total of 6 such incidents in just the last few weeks. Looks like the latest was Wednesday of this week. A teenage boy in Long Island, the latest victim in a growing number of shark attacks along the East Coast, as reported sightings of sharks continue to be on the rise. Delve a bit more into that coming up here, but it's just that time of year. Then what about severe weather? All right, we haven't had a whole lot of severe weather to talk about in recent days as the heat's baking the East Coast and the Southern Plains. It's going to change this upcoming weekend. The atmospheric setup, according to AccuWeather Saturday, could result in a dangerous severe weather event. Storms are forecast to develop by early afternoon from central Minnesota to northern Wisconsin. Minneapolis, you're probably going to have some thunderstorms. Storms not forecast to be overly strong at that point in time, but as the storms progress to the south and east, They'll be intensifying, and all hazards will be possible, they tell us. Thunderstorms with the potential for damaging winds and locally large hail, as well as tornadic activity, may occur this Saturday. Highest tornado threat will occur as the storms initially form, due to the fact that the storms are going to be discrete cells as they first develop. Now, if the storms are far enough apart, they'll not interfere with each other, and you may begin to get that rotation in those cells. There will be plenty of wind shear, the change in wind directions and different levels of the atmosphere, and that's where you get the spin in the atmosphere. An increase in speed from near the ground to, say, a mile or two up in the atmosphere. So those individual thunderstorms can begin to rotate, bringing a higher probability of producing damaging winds and tornadoes. That's not going to be the only risk. Torrential rains, there's going to be plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. Flooding is also going to be a concern. There's especially true if multiple storms move over the same area. But even a single storm can drop heavy rain in a short period of time. So these storms are going to continue to move eastward late in the afternoon into the evening. As of this past day, forecasters say there's a bit of a question as to just how far south these storms will ultimately get. Even with some uncertainty, it looks like the cities such as Madison and Green Bay, Wisconsin, just a couple of areas with a higher probability of some of these volatile storms. It would not take much of a shift in the pattern to send severe storms into the Chicago area this weekend. These storms then expected to cross Lake Michigan, moving into the lower peninsula of Michigan overnight as the thunderstorms move east on Saturday night into Sunday morning. With that threat continuing through the overnight hours, you may be woke up and alerted if severe thunderstorms or a tornado warning is issued. Have your severe weather alerts activated this weekend. The main atmospheric energy is going to be moving into Canada by Sunday, so the severe threat will be lower for the second half of the weekend. However, a cold front attached to a storm in Canada may cause some drenching thunderstorms Sunday from western New York down through northwestern Pennsylvania and maybe into even central portions of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. That cold front eventually reaches the East Coast and breaks the heat wave along part of the I-95 corridor, sometime, say, Monday or Tuesday of next week. But meanwhile, yes, you've got a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The heat continues to bake there in the Northeast. Who's on board this Friday morning? Todd, right out of the box via Facebook, followed by Larry, says, good afternoon, hammer down. Kevin's on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Be safe and ready for a good show this morning. All right, we'll do our best. Heavy D, hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. High Pressure Pumping says, ready to roll. Let's roll. Victor says, love me some Overnight Drive. Thank you so much, Victor. There's Bolt checking in with 75 degrees in Kaiser, West Virginia. Today is a special day. It's Dad's 26th anniversary of his 29th birthday. Yeah, very good, Bolt. You're making us do the math, right? So, happy birthday to Gilligan. Happy birthday, Dad. I love you. All right, there you go from Bolt. Hello from the Michigan Madman, just about to park it for the night tonight. All right, have a great weekend there, Michigan Madman. Who's on board, ready for the weekend? Joe Self, Morning Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. Happy Friday. We've got a hot 80 degrees at the midnight hour in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody have a great weekend. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, on board. Morning Steve, 79 degrees at West Point, Nebraska. A special one-night-only shout-out to the Buckeye Boy. Little change of pace there, huh? Dipsy Driver checking in early on this morning, huh? Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience anywhere. 68 degrees, but 90% humidity, kind of muggy, oppressive here in mid-Michigan. Special thanks to all the delivery drivers out there on the roads. Yeah, dealing with the heat, right? Please stay safe out there. Timothy says we got 76 degrees in Rocky Mount, Virginia. There's Richard checking in from Central Florida with 74 degrees this Friday morning. So we are actually warmer outside the secret bunker than you are in Central Florida. Looking at 76.8. Yeah, we'll drop a few degrees through the overnight hours. Scott says, morning, Steve. A little bit of rain here in Hicksville, Ohio. Mr. Q is on board. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Another warm night on I-81 with 73 degrees in Christiansburg, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There is the one and only Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight with a pleasant 71 degrees. A little cloudy today, but no rain where I'm at. It's been pretty active east and southwest of me. Don't know if you covered it last night, but did you see that where the tramp bartender pretending to be a member of Congress acted like she was in handcuffs when she was escorted out of the baby killing rally? Yes, AOC, we touched on that a couple nights ago. Yeah, they were all acting like they were handcuffed. Fake news, fake news. You know, it's a shame she's become a millionaire, being the head mouthpiece for the extreme radical left. Yes, she has. From bartender to millionaire. All you got to do is be a member of Congress. Get rich quick, right? Have a great night and a better weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Tanya this morning. Morning, Steve, TGIF. Have a great weekend. Love the show. Keep up the great work. Jay on board. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. 78 degrees in Nashville, Tennessee. Hands to a great night of radio and trucking out here on the highways and byways. There you go. Some of our friends out of the box as we get things underway. Our number, 844-844-3388. Plenty of industry headlines to get to. Oh, the big story of the day, the president has COVID. Lo and behold, how could that be possible? He's had his shots. He's had his boosters. He's 79 years old. Uh-oh. Right now, supposedly dealing with, like, minor symptoms, runny nose, a bit of a cough, some fatigue, they say. Was an interesting tale. I was talking to someone earlier this week. I'm trying to remember. It may have been horse feathers, if memory serves, talking about COVID and people that are on heart medications. Of course, he had a heart attack several years ago. And he was telling me something about if you're going to take the Paxlovid for the COVID, you have to be taken off your heart medications. And apparently that is the case because that's the report. The president has indeed been taken off of his heart medication while he takes the 5-day regimen of Paxlovid. More on that coming up here. As I said, lots to cover at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, looking here at the breakdown of... They tell us the president's physician stopped the commander-in-chief's heart medication yesterday after he began taking the Paxlovid to treat his COVID. White House officials said despite the fact that doing so elevates the risk of dangerous blood clots. Dr. Jha, the White House coronavirus coordinator, held a press briefing, said it's pretty standard to discontinue the medications during the 5-day regimen of Paxlovid. Medical experts have expressed concern that Biden's use of the blood thinner Eliquis to treat atrial fibrillation, which is the irregular heartbeat condition, while he takes Paxlovid, Biden also takes Crestor to lower his cholesterol. Now, Jha did not address the fact that the Food and Drug Administration specifically warns that premature discontinuation of any oral anticoagulant, which that's what Eliquis is, increases the risk of thrombotic events or blood clots. Back in 1988, Joe Biden survived 2 brain aneurysms, which blood clots can cause. Eliquis is marketed to lower the risk of stroke and clots for people who have atrial fib. Now, Jha told reporters that O'Connor told him the heart medications need to be stopped when you take Paxlovid. It's pretty much standard procedure, common thing we do when we give people this medication. You don't need to do anything in those circumstances. They both get stopped for the 5 days, and he's on Paxlovid, and then they can get restarted. Should be totally fine. It's pretty normal practice, they say. Now, the FDA recognizes Paxlovid as potentially interacting negatively with anticoagulant medications, not specifically Eliquis, but the heart drugs manufacturer advises caution about mixing the two. So keep that in mind. Anyone out there who's on heart medications, if you do the home test or whatever and you try to get you a prescription for Paxlovid to treat the COVID over that 5-day run, you probably talk to your doctor about it, and he should probably advise you to stop taking the heart medication. Harvard Medical School, Dr. Gelfand, a cardiologist, tells the Post, generally in patients who take Eliquis, which are prescribed Paxlovid, typically the dose of Eliquis is reduced by half, or you temporarily stop taking it altogether, which apparently that was the advice given to the president this past day. All right, now that on to industry headlines quickly before we get our bottom of the hour news break. Now that the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act is out of committee, what's next for Representative Boast's bill? It's Mike Boast that introduced this. Landline caught up with Representative Bost to talk to him about that. It was Wednesday of this week, in case you had missed it. The Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, H.R. 2187, cleared the markup process and in the full committee on transportation and infrastructure. So it now heads where the bill goes to the full House of Representatives for consideration. Although the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act was expected to get through the markup process, they do say nothing is certain from this point forward. It's important for truckers to encourage their respective representative to co-sponsor and move forward with H.R. 2187. Bost was talking about truck parking and safety. He said, if anyone in Congress knows a thing or two about trucking, and it is Bost, by the way. He grew up in a family trucking company and drove over the road for several years. He actually still has a CDL, but he said anyone can see there's a truck parking crisis. The lack of truck parking spaces is well known. Whether you're in the trucking business or if you're not, you can see every place we go, trucks having to be parked on the off-ramps, on the on-ramps, in the rest areas, the off-ramps, out of the rest areas. As he pointed out during the markup hearing, that is a safety issue, which affects everyone, not just the truck drivers. It's not safe for our drivers. It's not safe for the people that are out there driving in the regular four-wheelers because they don't have hours of service. They can maybe be driving too long. Next thing you know, they're underneath one of these trucks that have been parked because they're in a situation where they cannot find truck parking. And mitigating the truck parking crisis may actually help ease the supply chain issues as well. Yeah, many truckers have to stop to park up to hours before their hours of service time is up just to ensure they have a place for the night, losing time. So we'll see where it goes from here. Bost also highlighted the need to address concerns with your elected officials. Despite having a history in the trucking industry, he recognizes new problems crop up all the time. The problems of hours of service that's changed over the years since I've got out of driving. How about the electronic logbooks? There's something that I guarantee you I did not use. Anyway, find out more about H.R. 2187 by going to the website fightingfortruckers.com. And they can put you in contact with your respective lawmaker to encourage them to jump on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. Up and running on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House announced Thursday morning that President Joe Biden tested positive for COVID-19. White House COVID-19 response coordinator Dr. Ashish Jha addresses concerns employers may require that their employees work even if they're diagnosed with COVID based on the president still working.
The president feels well and feels capable of continuing to work. Obviously, his schedule is modified, right? He's not going to be able to make the same trips, but he's able to work from home. But I feel very, very strongly that if people feel ill, people feel sick, they absolutely should get time to recover.
Top Gun Maverick is now the 9th highest grossing release in American history, passing The Avengers, the movie making over $620 million. USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'm looking at a couple of the links Pappy sent me here a little bit ago. Just one of them goes into the climate president's emergency powers. Got a banner there, people protesting people versus fossil fuels, right? Gotta get rid of those horrible fossil fuels. All right, key climate emergency executive actions. Remember they were talking about that earlier this week? President went to, Massachusetts on Wednesday. Let's see. Crude oil exports, number one. After declaring a national climate emergency, the president can reinstate the crude oil export ban that was overturned in 2015. This would cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 165 million tons of CO2 equivalent each year, comparable to closing 42 coal-powered plants. Number two, let's see here. Stop oil and gas drilling in the outer continental shelf. What a great idea. After declaring a national climate emergency, the president can suspend the operations of all offshore leases. This will stop extraction in the more than 11 million acres of federal waters currently subject to active oil and gas leases and complement ordinary executive powers for offshore oil and gas extraction. Next up, restrict international trade and private investment in fossil fuels. After declaring a national climate emergency, the president can restrict U.S. fossil fuel exports that are primarily derived from the Permian Basin, curb fossil fuel imports that would add to the U.S. carbon emissions, and halt hundreds of billions of dollars worth of U.S. investment in fossil fuel projects abroad. So in the name of climate, we're going to do, sounds like, everything we can to make it more difficult to fill our tanks. Haven't we been saying for months now that this is by design? They want prices so high that you feel like you got to ditch your gas guzzler and buy an electric vehicle, which, as we know, has its own unintended consequence side effects. As Representative, Mast so clearly, which we shared last evening, the audio of his questioning Pete Buttigieg earlier this week. The grid is not ready for electrification, car electrification. Now, speaking of the people versus fossil fuels, get a load of this. Take you to the city of Portland, Oregon. The city of Portland will soon seek public comment on a possible ban on the sale of diesel fuel within city limits. The ban would be aimed at curbing diesel usage within the city by electrifying trucks and using more biodiesel. It's part of their climate emergency work plan. Portland is one of those cities that has declared a climate emergency. The code change would phase out petroleum diesel sold in the city of Portland over the next several years. Andrea Jacob is the Climate Policy and Program Manager for the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. The plan lays out actions the city to take over the next few years to prevent the worst case scenarios. Trucking and fuel station representatives say, whoa, wait a minute. This caught us completely off guard. This is the first I've heard of it. According to the president of the Oregon Trucking Association, I cannot imagine my members would be excited about this idea. Janet Jarvis, president of the Oregon Trucking Association, who also chairs the Portland Bureau of Transportation's Freight Mobility Committee, said, there's been no discussion of the idea with their committee. The city has not contacted us at all. According to a lobbyist for the Oregon Fuels Association, which represents the gas station owners, Danella Romaine added that OFA members are looking to increase the amount of renewable fuel they sell, but the transition has been rather tricky. There's a major shortage of renewable diesel, as they call it. So this diesel ban will go out to public comment sometime in the tail end of August, they say. Public comment. What will the people say about banning diesel sales in the city of Portland? You can't make this stuff up. All right, 16 before the hour. And our number, 844-844-3388. Jolly Green's on board. Hey there, what's happening? Happy Friday, by the way.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Let's get to the chase here. I want to wish one of our cartoon characters a happy birthday. So I want a big shout out and a big happy birthday to Mr. Gilligan. So I just want to say happy 55. Now, let's get to the subject that you were just talking about. I just watched a video of the ex-CEO of the Weather Channel. All right, and I watched a video today, and he stated, from a science point of view, that global warming and climate change is not occurring. He said it is an outright lie. That's exactly what this guy said. He said the Democratic Party is lying to us. And you're just talking about banning diesel fuel. Why? And the answer to the question is global warming. According to that CEO, the ex-CEO of the Weather Channel, it is not true. So what do you have to say about that, Steve?
I know the ex-CEO of the Weather Channel has been touting that for years. It's not new. Yet the current Weather Channel, they are the biggest advocates of the climate change hoax that exists. They're constantly pushing the narrative. Everything that's happening weather-wise is because of man-made climate change.
Right. Well, I just want to bring that point out. I wanted to tell you, I hope you have a good weekend. I will be listening tonight, and I want to make sure that Gilligan knows how much we appreciate him on his birthday. So either way, have a good night, and I will be listening. Take care. Have a good night there, Steve.
Thank you very much. Jolly Green, you do the same. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. You got it. Let me move over to a couple of the other industry headlines here. PETA's back at it. Yeah, the prominent animal rights group. They're calling for charges to be filed in connection with the fire that reportedly killed or injured thousands of caged chickens near a Nebraska slaughterhouse last month. PETA, People for the Ethnic Treatment of Animals, has asked the Dodge County Attorney's Office to issue state charges to responsible parties following a deadly fire at Lincoln Premium Poultry, LPP, in Fremont, Nebraska that occurred on June 17th. According to a news release this past day, based on information from recently received Department of Agriculture documents, according to PETA, the truck caught fire after the rear wheels exploded in huge flames. LPP management blamed the fire on overheated brakes, and an LPP whistleblower told PETA they suspect the truck driver had left the emergency brake on. About 6,000 chickens were being transported in that truck when the fire occurred. PETA said that 1,000 of the chickens burned to death. 1,500 others were hurt in the nearly hour-long fire. The group said many of the survivors had their necks broken by processing plant workers and that others were gassed to death. You're killing our chickens. Where do chicken nuggets come from anyway? Okay. You got to kill them to eat them. Last I checked, it's 844-844-3388, but it's inhumane. You know, people die in fires too. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I'm thinking Jolly Green was probably seeing an older video of John Coleman. Was that the guy? He passed away a couple of years ago. It was the retired television weatherman, retired in 2014 after working over 20 years at KUSI channel in San Diego. TV weatherman since he was a freshman in college, all the way back in 1953. He was the founder of the Weather Channel until he was forced out about a year after the Weather Channel went on air, according to his profile at KUSI. Going back 20 years ago, July of 2002, it claims that the relationship between Coleman and Landmark, Coleman's business partner, soured quickly in the face of larger than projected losses, I guess, at the Weather Channel, declining staff morale. The two parted ways about a year later. Yeah, not before airing their dirty laundry in court, though. Coleman ultimately departed the Weather Channel entirely. But yes, he's always been very outspoken, skeptical of man-made climate change. He actually aired his views on CNN, Fox News, Showtime, Penn and Teller. Yeah, at one point, he described Fox as the only cable network that would put us on the air. Yeah, take you back several of the comments over the years. Well, way back in 2007. Now, this is when we were talking, Al Gore, right? Al Gore, the inconvenient truth. Al, who got this whole cult started. Global warming, i.e. climate change, is not about environment or politics. It is not a religion. It is not something you believe in. It is science, the science of meteorology. This is my field of lifelong expertise. And I'm telling you, global warming are a non-event, a manufactured crisis, and a total scam. I say this knowing you probably won't believe me. I'm just a television weatherman challenging a Nobel Prize, Academy Award, and Emmy Award winning former Vice President of the United States. Well, so be it. Of course, he was speaking of none other than Al Gore. Fast forward to 2011. His quote, "There is no runaway climate change. The impact of humans on climate is not catastrophic. Our planet is not in peril." Forward to 2016, when all the scare talk is pushed aside, it is the science that should be the basis for this debate. And the hard, cold truth is that the basic theory has failed. Many notable scientists reject man-made global warming fears. Several of them, including a Nobel Prize winner, are in the new Climate Hustle movie. The film is an informative, even humorous, new feature-length movie that is the ultimate answer to Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth. Now, that was when that particular film was going into theaters back in, again, 2016. Coleman passed away January of 2018. But yes, guy that founded the Weather Channel, spoke out about it for many, many years. You can pull up some of the archived videos of his take on what's been going on. But yes, he's been saying it's a man-made, it's a hustle, it's a scam, it is a, what do you call it? It is a money laundering scheme, leveling the playing field financially on a global scale. The rich countries give to the less in the poor countries, equalizing the playing field. Couple minutes before we hit news update, we'll get back to your calls after that at 844-844-3388. Haven't heard from Heatwave in a few days. I kind of wonder if he's maybe working days or whatever the case is. Wanted to ask about these Mormon crickets out there. We were talking about out west, these hordes of Mormon crickets. Idaho Transportation Department shared a video, kind of a skin-crawling video, of a snowplow actually clearing the millions of Mormon crickets from the roadway. This past day, Idaho took to Facebook to share video that was captured on State Highway 51 last week. In the video, the snowplow is moving the Mormon crickets from the highway because they obviously present a hazard to drivers. Slick spots, slick as snot, right? Watch out for slick spots, they said. Yeah, the insects were named for their attacks on Mormon crops in Utah back in the 1800s. But they're actually a type of katydid, but they can grow up to 3 inches in length. And they will eat individually dozens of pounds of crops during their 100-day life cycle. They cannot fly, but they actually can walk about 1 mile per day. But I think, seeing that video, millions of the Mormon crickets, which they've been dealing with out west, incredible swarms of the Mormon crickets. All right, coming up after the news break, top of the hour here, maybe a bit of good news. We've been talking the last week or so, legislation trying to offer subsidies to some of these chip manufacturers to bring manufacturing here to the United States. The pros and the cons, some for it, some against it. But I think we all know we need to be less reliant on the likes of China or Taiwan or other countries for these vital components for nearly everything we touch in this day and age. Appears that the chip shortage may be easing a bit. Some of the global manufacturers, including Hyundai, the factory robot builder, ABB, the Swedish fridge maker, Electrolux, all saying they're beginning to see the semiconductor chip shortage easing. Executives from all those companies this past day in a boost to manufacturers after what has been a long, drawn-out struggle. An increased supply of chips will indeed reduce one burden that's facing an industry that's also battling raw material price inflation, the tight energy market, rising interest rates. Give you more on what they had to say coming up here. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House has passed legislation that will protect access to birth control, the latest move in a broader effort by Democrats to set out into federal law rights they fear could come under threat by the Supreme Court following its decision to wipe away the constitutional right to an abortion. The bill, called the Right to Contraception Act, now will go to Senate. The measure would create a statutory right for people to access birth control and protect a range of contraceptive methods. The Supreme Court has prevented the Biden administration from immediately reinstating rules that instructed U.S. deportation agents to prioritize the arrest of certain unauthorized immigrants, including those determined to pose a risk to public safety or national security. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
New York has identified a case of polio in Rockland County, the first in the U.S. in almost a decade. The New York State Health Department has confirmed polio has been eliminated in the U.S. since 1979 due to the success of the vaccine, according to the CDC. But travelers sometimes bring the virus into the country. Interest rates are on the rise.
The president of the Euro Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, had previously signaled it would be increasing the rates in July and September. As consumer prices kept surging, Reporting from Frankfurt, Germany, the institution had kept rates at historic lows, in fact, in negative territory since 2014. Today's action calls for a 50 basis point increase. Yeah, that's a full 0.5%. The ECB's new anti-fragmentation tool may be put to the test, which is aimed at supporting those nations with big giant debts like Italy. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A January 6th Capitol rioter who recorded herself saying that they were looking for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to, quote, shoot her in the freaking brains, end quote, was sentenced to 60 days in prison, according to officials. Prosecutors called her comments about killing Pelosi, quote, among the most graphic statements uttered by any rioter on Capitol grounds that day, end quote. But the prosecutor did acknowledge there was no evidence she intended to carry it out. Cities are needing help.
The mayors of New York City and Washington, D.C. are asking for federal help with illegal immigrants and asylum seekers that they claim are overwhelming their shelters. Eagle Pass, Texas Mayor Pro Tem Yolanda Roman responds to their cries for help on Fox News.
Good luck to them, because we haven't gotten the help that we need for over a year. So I don't know how they expect to get it so soon. But if they do, I will be interested in knowing how they're getting it over there, and we cannot get her here down in the border.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
YouTube announced it will remove a video from its platform if it, quote, provides instructions for unsafe abortion methods or promotes false claims about abortion safety, end quote. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Welcome back. Hey there, Friday. Time zone to time zone. Work our way into the 22nd day of July. Great to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. Get to Pappy. Morning, Pappy. What's going on?
What's happening, Steve?
It's Friday.
Yes, sir, it is. Stoking the fire reminded me of the joke that Moose told the other day. But we'll leave that at that. Hey, man, listen. Pull up that page 4 again. And let me see if I can pull it up without hanging up on you. Very last line, Steve, all the way at the bottom. Did I hang up on you?
No, I'm looking here. Farthest down I can see, it says, halt hundreds of billions of dollars of U.S. investment in fossil fuel projects abroad. Is that the one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's that mean, Steve? It means exactly what it says. that oil companies, you're not going to be able to invest any money into the oil companies. No private investment. What does that mean, Steve? If you lose every bit of your shareholders and you can't invest, they can't get any investors, they're done. It's that simple. They save the best for last.
So that's put them out of business, in other words. Put the oil business out?
Yes, sir. I mean, how does Twitter stay alive, Steve? They want investors, right? Right?
Correct.
Any company, especially like the oil companies, they use investors, right, to invest in their company, and they get a return on their investment. So if you're stopping any private investment into these oil companies, I mean, listen, man, I'm not, I'm just a flat foot, man. I'm not a big economy guy here. But that tells me if you stop anybody from being able to invest in the oil companies, they're done.
Mm-hmm.
And let me go to this other page here, Steve. They were saying that over in Europe that the temperature has been rising considerably for decades. Pull up that other screenshot I showed you of the temperatures in the UK in the summers. The average temperature. Did you get that one?
You go all the way back to 1911. Now, of course, they're on the Celsius scale, not the Fahrenheit. 1911, hot, summer, averaging 36.7 Celsius. 1923, 34.4. 1932, 35.6. 1933, 34.4. 1976, 35.6. 1990, 37.1. 1995, 35.2. 2003, 38.5. 2006, 35.7. 2016, 34.4. So 2016 was identical to 1923.
Yes, sir. Like Gilligan says, Steve.
We have cycles. We have things warm up, things cool down. There was a pattern there, where things seemed to be warming up between 1995, 2003, but then by 16, it was back down to 1923. You have hot summers and you have not so hot summers. It's always been that way.
When Al Gore was running around, running his jibs about all this, there was a lot of people coming out saying this is not true. Al Gore was doing it because they wanted to start the carbon tax, right?
Money.
Yeah. Steve, CO2 is you ready for this? It's good for the environment.
The plants the plants rely on CO2 to live. I mean, photosynthesis, they have to have CO2.
Yes. When CO2 is up, the rainforests thrive. And I think we're averaging about 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere right now, which is nothing. And we've talked about this before in the past too, Steve, that one volcano that erupts spews out more carbon dioxide than man can do in like 1,000 years. How come China's building all these coal plants, Steve?
I had a story earlier this week. China just announced they're literally building a whole bunch of coal-fired plants right now They're not even going to begin cutting back on their CO2 emissions until, what is it, like 2025 or 2030? I think they're not supposed to peak until 2030.
You think they know this is a hoax, Steve? And they love it.
Everything that we or any other country that's on this, quote, climate emergency bandwagon, China's just counteracting every reduction we've done. We reduced, they're producing more. I mean, the overall effect is going to be the same. Nothing's changed.
And that first paragraph was to reduce the coal factories here in the United States, while China's
building them,
just building them up. All designed to hurt us. That's all it is. Anybody seriously with any kind of common sense sees the stupidity going on here, understands that. So yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out of that, so I figured I'd send it to you in a good talk. It just hammers down our point more, Steve.
It's
it's
another point. I've got another segment here from John Coleman. He explains that this climate cult thing that there's been for decades, this brainwashing of the younger generation to get them on this bandwagon, and that younger generation from 20 years ago are now the ones that are running for office, and the likes of your AOCs that are actually in Congress pushing this crap.
When you bring the facts, Steve, and the numbers, which the other guy, right? The senator knew the numbers the other night when we talked about how much power we're going to need, how much more of these cars require, equal to 25 refrigerators running,
Yep.
They don't even know the facts because they don't want to know the facts. And we can sit here and throw facts at them all day long. It just goes one ear out the other. They don't want to hear the facts because they got their agenda.
It's an agenda. Redistribution of the wealth was the term I was trying to think of. It finally came. Redistribution of wealth, a global redistribution of wealth.
Remember Barack Obama's famous line, Steve? We're going to fundamentally change the way the United States runs. We're going to fundamentally change the United States. Boy, he wasn't lying, was he? This is more than a fundamental change. So, I'm a man. I'm just out here on the back deck looking at this fire. Beautiful night. Stars are out.
I reckon the moon, when the moon comes up here in a couple hours, it should be right there next to Mars this morning. You still got Mars, Jupiter, Saturn clearly visible every morning out there.
Yeah, I noticed that last night. They were still kind of lined up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Saturn's getting a little bit further away up in the... But Mars and Jupiter are still quite close together.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm looking at Jupiter or Saturn right now. Kind of off to the east.
I know Saturn's up. Jupiter's gonna be the bright one to the east. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very bright.
Yeah, it's bright Jupiter. Yeah. Couple hours, you're right. Mars will come into the planet, come into view.
Yep.
That's obvious, man. It's got a little red tint to it.
Yep.
But all right, my man. Have a good night.
Enjoy. You got a week to go. Enjoy that time off.
I plan on it.
Hot fun in the summertime. Yeah, it is an agenda. And again, Coleman wrote about the goals to influence students in our schools and on our college campuses. He talked about that years ago before he passed. Take you all the way back to 2007. Some misguided scientists with environmental and political motives manipulated long-term scientific data back in the late 1990s to create an illusion of rapid global warming. Other scientists of the same environmental extremism type jumped into the circle to support and broaden the research to further enhance the totally slanted, bogus global warming claims. Now, the really good news. The increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide in the 20th, and early 21st century has produced no detrimental effects on Earth's weather and climate. There's absolutely no correlation between the increase in CO2 and the average worldwide or United States temperatures. Predictions of harmful climate effects due to future increases in hydrocarbon use and resulting increases in minor greenhouse gases, such as CO2, do not conform to current experimental knowledge or have any scientific basis. On the other hand, as Pappy just mentioned, increased carbon dioxide has markedly increased plant growth, forest growth, farm crop output per acre have grown proportionally with increased atmospheric CO2. That is the key to photosynthesis in plants. Environmental extremists, notable politicians among them, then teamed up with movie, media, other liberal environmentalist journalists to create this wild scientific scenario of the civilization-threatening environmental consequences of global warming unless we adhere to their radical agenda. 2020, just 2 years ago, appearing in a segment of Mark Morano's 2020 film, which is entitled Climate Hustle #2, Rise of the Climate Monarchy. Coleman was actually quoted in that. By the way, carbon dioxide is not a pollutant. CO2 is not a pollutant. It has become so distorted. My science has gotten so bad, it drives me nuts. The whole global warming thing is, in fact, invalid. It's science gone bad. It drives me nuts. He wrote an introduction to a fundraising mailer back in, when was that? The latter portion of the mailer details CFAC's goals to influence students in America's schools and college campuses. Coleman's introduction downplayed the dangers of climate change. He says, quote, unlike so many of my colleagues who are caught up in this climate change hysteria, I'm confident man-made global warming does not pose a catastrophic threat, like Al Gore says, to the future of mankind and to the earth itself. I have studied this subject for decades. I know beyond any doubt the science behind the global warming frenzy is based on a completely failed theory. There's nothing alarming in any of the actual science. Coleman's claims that politicians and radical green activists step over the bounds of what science actually reveals and into the realms of political advocacy and demagoguery. He ends with a call to action for the reader. Join my friend David Rothbard and his committee for a conservative tomorrow in raising the alarm over the rampant climate indoctrination that is infesting America's schools and colleges. Following Coleman's letter was one by Rothbard, where he outlined his need for funds and a strategy to counter this climate alarmism that's being pushed in our classrooms. He said, together we must make sure CFAC's programs, especially designed to push back against green indoctrination in our classrooms, are fully funded and ready to immediately counteract the left-wing climate alarmism in our classrooms and on our campuses throughout America. Yeah, the rest of the fundraising letter outlined CFAC's anti-climate indoctrination budget. They break it all down by the numbers. At that point in time, it was like $500,000, $50 for an indoctrination survey, $50,000 to tour Red America with what they called their West Virginia success model to get other states with sympathetic leadership to jump on the bandwagon to fight climate indoctrination. $100,000 for promotion of the Climate Hustle movie over the next few months. So this is trying to counter the climate alarmist strategy. But all right, it is 844-844-3388. We return into
live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here. One final quote from Coleman. This is the fact of the matter. These climate alarmists, they want to take a little snippet, just a little bitty time frame, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, and try to make it look like how dramatically things have changed. Failing to go back, hey, wait a minute, the same thing, this trend occurred 200 years ago. You saw a bit of a warm-up, then a cool-down. And you go back 1,000 years, and you go back 10,000 years with core samples. You go back millions of years. John Coleman, quote, "The climate of the planet Earth has been constantly changing for 4.5 billion years. Climate scientists, the media, environmentalists, bureaucrats, and politicians have all been thinking about climate in a wrong way for decades now. Yes, we are altering the climate at spots in minor ways through our activities. But the bottom line is, it is not changing very much, and no significant climate change is occurring or likely in the future. There is no climate crisis. End quote. Gotta love it. What do you say, Gilligan?
Yeah, good morning there, Steve. This is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the overnight drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the overnight drive. Charlie Farquharson here for KRN Radio in Cornfield County. Yesterday afternoon in Bailey's Crossroads, Joseph Peterson is at it again with his combine. He ran through the stop sign and hit Cloudy Corner onto Mike Smith's Abby Ferguson tractor. Well, of course, it's obvious Joseph Peterson was at fault, but Mike Smith actually said that he was distracted because there at Bailey's General Store, Dry Goods and Gun Shop, the young Mr. Bailey's daughter was out there arranging some tomatoes in the bin. Well, fortunately, nobody was hurt, but the combine and the tractor did sustain major damage. Now a word from our sponsor. GMA Enterprises is proud to announce a brand new product. A brand new. This is what every person that has outside pets needs. There's those of you out there that have an outside pond that have some fish in it, such as goldfish and koi and stuff like that. Are you worried about the weather getting on your fish? Well, we have developed an umbrella that covers most ponds, bigger ones who have a double umbrella. For the $19.95, you can keep your fish out of the rain and the sleet and the freezing and the snow. For $49.95, you can get the double umbrella kit. Just remember our motto at GMA Enterprises, that thought to try the late great father of the founder will treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
There you go.
USA Radio News.
Uvalde's top school officials has recommended the firing of the school district police chief, who was central to the law enforcement response when a gunman killed 2 teachers and 19 students at an elementary school nearly 2 months ago. A special meeting will be held on Saturday where the South Texas City School Board will hear from the school district's attorney about Superintendent Hall Harrell's recommendation to fire Chief Pete Arredondo, according to a statement. Arredondo has been accused by state officials of making several critical mistakes during the May 24th mass shooting at Robb Elementary School. A Massachusetts train catches on fire, forcing one passenger to jump into a river and several others to climb out of a window. No injuries were reported. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Manuel from London, UK. Good to have you with us, Manuel, once again. How's your heat wave going there? It's been a hot one, huh? Summertime. Same time, you guys are bracing for what may be a crisis with heating oil and trying to stay warm this winter, right? It kind of comes full circle. Happy Friday, Overnight Drive crew. There's Kentucky Ken on board. Gonna get my shower, roll out from Joplin, Missouri. Headed for Olney, Illinois. From a load, safe travels, everybody. Kentucky Ken is listening in. There you go. Copy in the mail. Chevy guys on board. Confirming. I got my notification on Facebook. Yeah, my notification. My phone did ding when we started the program tonight. So notification worked. There you go. Is that Big Head? Are you with me?
I'm with you, Mr. Steve. Boy, I'm batting a new record, ain't I?
Twice in a week,
twice
yeah.
a week.
Uh-huh.
Well, I told you I've been working nights this week. Sat back and listened to the Steve Sommers show. Boy, Pappy answered a question and has been nagging at me. You know, Harold Ham, you know who he is, right? Tell me you know who he is, Steve.
Seems like I recognize the name, but I can't remember.
Well, he owns Continental Oil Company.
Okay.
Continental Resources. Big oil man. If Trump would have been smart, he'd have made him energy secretary, but he didn't. But that's all right. The biggest independent-owned oil company there is. And here just about a month ago, he put out he was wanting to buy all outstanding stock, which was 18% of his company. I believe it was $80 a share over the asking price, which whoever's over the investment firm that 18% was trying to say he was trying to overprice or underprice the company, which he's not. It when he put that offer out, it jumped. The company jumped worth $25 billion. But and I kept thinking, well, why did Harold do that? Because he don't want no investors. See, when you got investors, you got to toe the line. They you got so many investors they can control your company, and hell, they can bankrupt that company. It's just same thing happened to Chesapeake Energy. You remember that? Aubrey McClendon. He founded Chesapeake, but he got so big and got them outside investors in, and that Carl, I was to believe his name, Carl Icahn, if I'm pronouncing his name right. Him and a group of business investors came and took control and run that damn company right into the ground, Steve. So you do have bad investors with bad intent. Now, I'm sure Carl Icahn got all of his money, but they bankrupted the hell out of Chesapeake. Chesapeake ain't what they was. So that answered my question. Harold don't want no outside investors, and he's positioning himself or his company if you're going to be the world's largest independent oil producer out here. Well, be a major player, regardless of what these idiot Democrats or these idiot climate globalists do.
All right.
Because you know as well as I do, Saudi Arabia or Iran or Iraq or all these Middle Eastern oil countries, they're not going to kowtow down to this environmental crap and quit producing. Or am I missing something there? Are they all of a sudden are they going green?
Nah.
Or is it just our idiot country?
A lot of the European Union countries are all on board with it. I mean, that's the Paris Climate Accord. I mean, Paris, France, right? They're all in on it.
What about the Russians? Are they in on it? I wouldn't think so. Why do we have leadership that's willing to go out there and cut our own throat? I don't understand it. Do I think they're going to accomplish their goal? By God, they've got a good start on it, don't you think?
Well, what is the ultimate goal, though? The ultimate goal to
I don't know.
Eliminate fossil
I really
fuel?
don't. to completely eliminate fossil fuels, and I don't think that they can do that.
No.
There's no way. I just don't see it happening. I mean, this is what our country functions off of, Steve. There's no way in hell that our country can stay economically viable and strong with the rest of the world eliminating fossil fuels. Do you think we can?
That's the reason China's just procrastinating. I mean, what they're saying right now, we know you can't believe anything they say to begin with, but they're saying, yeah, we're on board, but right now we're increasing our coal production and coal consumption. We'll get on the bandwagon and we'll peak sometime in 2030. Well, by 2030, the whole narrative can change, but then they're going to be so far ahead and we're going to be so far behind. Does that make sense?
Yes, exactly, and we're going to cease to be a major global player. Guarantee we're going to cease to be a major global player because of what these far left wackos are doing to this country, and then the people like Biden buys into that narrative. The news media buys into that damn narrative, and they continue to preach that crap. Hell, I was watching the news the other day, and there's the only thing, this latest heat wave we got going on in Oklahoma, which that Maxwell in the UK, you ain't got nothing on me, buddy. I've been roasting my ass off. But anyway, saying, you need to leave some cold water and put ice in it out for the wildlife. Yeah, and I'm thinking, well, hell, I don't give a damn whether the wildlife has any ice water to drink. Crazy. You sit there and hear that, and I'm thinking, you people are nuts. So anyway, I just wanted to, when Pappy called in about that, and he's right, I thought that's why Harold's doing what he's doing, and he will get complete 100% control of Continental Resources because he's the one that built it up by himself.
Right.
The man is one of the smartest people out there. He's another Warren Buffett. So anyway, that's my 2 cents, Steve, but I've enjoyed the show this week. You have yourself a good weekend.
Well, thank you for chiming in. Plans are pool day today. I ain't going to put any ice cubes in it, though.
There you go. All right, I'm getting ready to pull into a Continental drilling rig, and right quick. That's all I service. Harold Ham's Continental rigs. There's about 10 of them.
All right. Well,
they're drilling for fossil fuels, man. So.
There you go.
All right, Steve.
Keep the country moving. Big Ed doing his part out there. Let me see. Friends with Judy on Facebook. That's Hollywood's wife. Yeah, Rambler had asked about Hollywood several months ago. And I hadn't heard anything. I guess, according to her post, he's not doing real well health-wise. Rambler, if you're with us this morning. Judy says, I'm asking everyone to please pray that I sell my house very soon. Rick and I moved down here by my sister so she could help us when we need it. Rick's getting much worse health-wise. That's Hollywood. So we need to be out of here instead of where we were. So please pray that we sell soon. My sisters are absolutely fantastic. They've done so wonderful to help me to get the house prepared to go on the market. Anyway, I appreciate every single prayer I get, and all of you are the best family anyone could ever have. Yeah, thanks in advance so very much. So maybe a prayer for Hollywood. Not sure exactly what he's dealing with, but all right, there you go. I mentioned the chip supply. The global chip supply appears to be easing the crisis. Hyundai turned in their best quarterly profit in 8 years yesterday as the week one currency lifted the value of their earnings abroad. Demand stayed strong for the South Korean auto manufacturer high-margin sport utility vehicles. They also boosted by the easing of the global chip supply, which helped them resume overtime and weekend shifts at their domestic plants. They now plan to step up vehicle production in the second half in order to meet consumer demand. Then you've got the robot builder ABB. ABB, a big supplier to the automotive industry, also said semiconductor chip bottlenecks are easing as they reported their second quarter earnings. The Switzerland-based company, which competes with Germany's Siemens and France's Schneider Electric, is seen as kind of a barometer of the global economy with their control systems and motors used in the transport industry as well as factories. They anticipate double-digit comparable revenue growth in the next 3 months as the increased supply of chips means they can deliver factory robots, motors, and drives ordered by their customers. So that's good news. Production capacity at chip manufacturers is indeed increasing. Demand from other sectors, like consumer electronics, seems to be easing a bit, allowing more chips to be allocated for industrial customers like ABB. The Finnish telecom equipment maker, Nokia, said they expected their global semiconductor shortage to ease later this year. Their reportedly quarterly operating profit that beat market expectations as well. Volkswagen last month forecast a strong second half for this year, progress in catching up with their rival Tesla as the easing chip shortage begins to offset some of their supply chain bottlenecks and rising costs. Now, it wasn't all good news from companies who've already faced disruptions caused by the war in Ukraine and some of the pandemic shutdowns in parts of China. Electrolux missed their second quarter profit expectations, hit by supply chain problems and a loss of their North American business. Europe's biggest home appliance maker said they expected those supply chain constraints to ease in the second half, but they warned of continued disruption risk related to COVID and the Ukraine crisis. But they also did say the supply situation, including semiconductors, is looking better for the third and fourth quarter versus quarters 1 and 2. Step by step, we're coming back to a more normalized supply environment. That would be some positive news across the board there, as far as I'm concerned. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J&J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
But I got a couple of Hot Shot Secret deals going out at some of the retailers out there. Right now, you'll find Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, the 1-quart bottles on sale at your Tractor Supply locations. $2 off each, now through August 21st. And you can save now at Love's Travel Centers around the country. Buy 2 Stiction Eliminator 2-quart bottles, get $20 in My Love's Rewards. There you go. That's now through August 31st there at the Love's Travel Centers. Speaking of which, Love's, somewhere in the mix here. There we go. Yeah, Love's opening yet another new location this past day. Jefferson County, Pennsylvania, the new 12,000 square foot Love's store off I-80 at exit 81 in Brookville, Pennsylvania. So you'll have a Wendy's restaurant there. Truck parking. How about that? 130 truck parking spaces. Big lot. 9 diesel bays, 7 showers, a speed co-location, laundry facilities, cat scale, and a doggy park. Take Rover for a walk. All right, speaking of Hot Shot Secret, it is Friday, the 22nd of July, which means Kyle is on location. Chapel Hill, Tennessee. He's got the vendor booth set up and ready to rock later today, Friday and Saturday, for the NTPA Lions Super Pool of the South at Lions Motorsports Park. They're in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Yeah, big weekend of truck and tractor pooling there. Big one there, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. So stop on by, say hello to Kyle. I'm not sure if he's got diesel. Is it Diesel Dan, Diesel Don? I always screw it up. Is it Diesel Dan or Diesel Don? Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Diesel Don.
Diesel Don. Okay.
Diesel Don. Don. Yep. Don, not Dan.
Dan, not Don.
Not
exactly.
Dan.
Yep.
Kind of like. What was the other one we had? Tim, not Tom. What was the other one? We had the other one there. Tim, not Jim. Tim, Jim, and what? You had one you were messing up there before for the cruise. Who was that?
Well, that was Tim Jim, because his name was actually Jim, and I think I always called him Tim when I picked up the phone, or vice versa. What the hell?
Yeah.
I had the Dan, not Dom, but on our very first cruise we did back in 2005, we had a Dan from Dayton, Ohio, and then we had a Don from out in Montana, and I would screw their every time Don would walk up and say, "Hey, Dan," and vice versa. Dan, not Don.
All right. Well, maybe it's just a Don and Dan affliction you have.
I do. Yes.
You have the whole problem is just that. Anyways, but before we get everybody totally confused about absolutely nothing that means anything other than it is Diesel Don, and that's important. But anyways, yeah. So you were mentioning there about the president taking the Paxlovid antiviral medicine there for his COVID.
Yep.
And yeah. So what they had me stop taking was actually the Lipitor, the medicine there for the cholesterol. So it wasn't the heart medicine. It was actually the Lipitor medicine. Said that was the one that had the issue of possible reaction with the antiviral there.
Apparently, there's a handful of medications that you could be on then that may have a negative reaction with the Paxlovid.
Absolutely, and that's true with any medicine. I mean, that's why they want this stuff, dispensed through a pharmacist, and the pharmacists are actually smarter than the doctors in knowing which medicines can be used with which other ones, and which ones will have a bad reaction and make you grow an extra arm or something, or a third eye and something like that. And but anyways, the only confusion I got was that. Knowing a couple other people that were actually taking the Paxlovid, and they had the same thing. They got told not to take the Lipitor, but my pharmacist said when I got done with it, I could go right back on it. And then other pharmacists had told other people that I know that they were supposed to wait 3 or 5 days for a washout period, so that you actually cleaned your system out of the antiviral medicine before you actually started the Lipitor back. So.
Wow.
So I don't know what the actual real truth is on it, and I kind of weighed on the side. Well, if I hadn't been taking it for the 5 days with the antiviral, waiting another 5 days ain't gonna hurt me no more for that either. So I waited out another 5 days on the before I start the Lipitor medicine back up again. But yeah, so they tell me that that's one of them. You're going to be on that for the rest of your life for the not have the chance of the higher cholesterol. They just treat it right from the very beginning there for the heart condition, having a heart issue, that they just don't want any cholesterol issues there and possible buildup of plaque in the arteries and veins and stuff, and all that bad stuff that happens with cholesterol. And so anyways, I don't know what other good things we got going on that there. I didn't pay any attention to the news, so I don't have any update on any of the primary malfunction, whatever we got going on here in Maryland. Never did hear any updates on whether
they started counting those apps or mail-in ballots yesterday, and they made it sound like they said they're going to be counting all weekend apparently.
More than likely, and I'm sure at some point when they get a number coming up there's got to be a truck show up somewhere, doesn't there? That's got 4 or 5 bins that just, hey, wait, where did these come from? This truck just magically appeared. So I don't know. Maybe that truck's being guarded by the same people there that are guarding the jewels of that armored car. That was quite the story there.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yesterday
It sounds like an inside job, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's starting to smell kind of like the fish that they dropped in the back of the car there, and grumpy old men there. Just got a bad odor to it there, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that, to begin with, why would the armored car even stop? I mean, if it was going from one show to the next, why wouldn't you had it set up so that it made a straight through travel? Why would it stop?
Maybe somebody had to take one of them had to take a dump, but that didn't mean both of them had to get out of the truck, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the other guy doing? Wiping for the first one or what?
Exactly.
So make sure you wash when you're done with that. But anyways, I don't know. It as you say, it shouldn't require both of them to be out of the vehicle at the same time. But I would have thought that would have been set up, by the sounds of it, going from one show to the next. That would have been one of them deals that they would have just said, yep, we got it loaded up and packed up, and you just drive it from here to there, and don't stop in between. So, but other than that, I don't know. I think that's about all we got going for you there. The one thing I did see with the extended forecast is, I guess with the unsettled atmosphere coming on next week, they're calling for rain showers every day of the week next week there. They had Monday through Thursday showing up there, and so anyways, looks like there's a lot of unsettled atmosphere after we get done with this possible triple-digit heat on Sunday. So, but yeah, I'm about done with it, Your Honor. I'm ready for summer to be winding down, and we can cool things off and get back to thinking about burning propane, and get these fossil fuels business back in gear, and see where we're going to be at this winter here, maybe. But anyways, I think here real quick towards the end here, I think the thing Big Ed was talking about there is he was talking about like a venture capitalist group, right? That was coming in and taking control of companies, mixing them up, putting a couple different ones together, and so it was a venture capitalist group, kind of like what that Mitt Romney used to be involved with, that Bain Capital.
Yeah, so they make a fortune.
Like
they can make a fortune and ultimately, eventually bankrupt and tons of companies.
Yep, and then be left with just a little bit to try to salvage to sell off that, and then all the rest is just loss and recovery of loss, and but they don't worry about all the little people in between that they've merged and done away with jobs because they've overlapped jobs and tried to make less people do all the work that used to be done by all the other people. So anyways, but yeah, so they're a great bunch of people there that do stuff like that, and so, but I guess that's about what we got going for you there, and I don't know, that's about it for the week, I guess. So I guess we'll let you get out there and chasing down another intelligent caller, and I guess we got to say happy birthday at Hill Billigan. He's what, like 95 years old or something?
Double nickel.
Isn't that? Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought it was up there closer to 95 there.
There you go.
Billigan. All right. So, all right. Well, we'll catch you later then, Steve. Have yourself a fine weekend. Enjoy the pool. Don't put too many boxes of Jell-O in it.
There you go. All right. Yeah, that wasn't on the agenda, but hey, all right. Back after this. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House has passed legislation that will protect access to birth control, the latest move in a broader effort by Democrats to set out into federal law rights they fear could come under threat by the Supreme Court following its decision to wipe away the constitutional right to an abortion. The bill, called the Right to Contraception Act, now will go to Senate. The measure would create a statutory right for people to access birth control and protect a range of contraceptive methods. The Supreme Court has prevented the Biden administration from immediately reinstating rules that instructed U.S. deportation agents to prioritize the arrest of certain unauthorized immigrants, including those determined to pose a risk to public safety or national security. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
New York has identified a case of polio in Rockland County, the first in the U.S. in almost a decade. The New York State Health Department has confirmed polio has been eliminated in the U.S. since 1979 due to the success of the vaccine, according to the CDC. But travelers sometimes bring the virus into the country. Interest rates are on the rise.
The president of the Euro Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, had previously signaled it would be increasing the rates in July and September as consumer prices kept surging. Reporting from Frankfurt, Germany, the institution had kept rates at historic lows, in fact, in negative territory since 2014. Today's action calls for a 50 basis point increase. Yeah, that's a full 0.5%. The ECB's new anti-fragmentation tool may be put to the test, which is aimed at supporting those nations with big giant debts like Italy. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A January 6th Capitol rioter who recorded herself saying that they were looking for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to, quote, shoot her in the freaking brains, end quote, was sentenced to 60 days in prison, according to officials. Prosecutors called her comments about killing Pelosi, quote, among the most graphic statements uttered by any rioter on Capitol grounds that day, end quote. But the prosecutor did acknowledge there was no evidence she intended to carry it out. Cities are needing help.
The mayors of New York City and Washington, D.C. are asking for federal help with illegal immigrants and asylum seekers that they claim are overwhelming their shelters. Eagle Pass, Texas Mayor Pro Tem Yolanda Roman responds to their cries for help on Fox News.
Good luck to them, because we haven't gotten the help that we need for over a year. So I don't know how they expect to get it. So somebody, if they do, I will be interested in knowing how they're getting it over there, and we cannot get it here down in the border.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
YouTube announced it will remove a video from its platform if it, quote, provides instructions for unsafe abortion methods or promotes false claims about abortion safety, end quote. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back on a Friday. There you go. Welcome into a Friday for our friends there in the Mountain Time Zone. We'll welcome our West Coast friends into a Friday here, less than an hour from now. All right, so we get back to the calls. Eagle got you coming up right after the Mercury Man. Morning, Mercury Man. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I assume you're doing all right this morning?
Doing well. Friday. Yes, indeed.
Hey, well, look, I heard earlier when Ed was called in talking about what these people want, the agenda, what they wanted to do and everything. And I have come to the conclusion a long time ago that they've been licking their chops trying to nationalize the oil industry for years and years and years. Maxine Waters said, I think it was 2009, they had a hearing was going on about high gas prices and everything back then, and she slipped up and said it right there on TV and everything, you know, that they would have to nationalize the oil industry. So if they had to, if they went out and did what I was talking about they were doing, what Pappy was talking about, eliminating the shareholders and everything, if they did that, the shareholders would certainly have to eliminate their shares. They would have to get rid of them because they're not going to take a loss if they can help it.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course, there's some oil companies that they're not in the United States. Some of them overseas.
but the main ones here would probably be squirming and crying and whatever, and then the federal government would come in and say, okay, we'll rescue you. They call it what they call a public-private partnership, which is more or less a fascist way of governing the companies, because that's what it basically amounts to anyway. Whenever you hear a public-private term, something like that, when they talk about the government coming in and helping a private entity or something like that, hell, that's more or less fascism. That's all it is. And they've been chomping at the bit to do that, and that way they can regulate and control, and they'll have their little cut, every time the company, like Exxon, for instance, if they got a public-private partnership with Exxon, they'll get a cut of it, see, because they had to come in there and rescue them, and of course that costs money to do that, and then the company, Exxon, would be beholden to the government, and they would have to pay them a certain amount of money, to compensate for it. They pretty much did that with GM back in the day when they had to bail them out and everything. They really just a public-private partnership with GM and Chrysler.
Yeah, government took over. What was it, like a 10% ownership? Was that the number, if memory serves?
I think you're right. Yeah. So they get their cut every time, their profits come in. The government gets a cut of that because they bailed them out. Well, hell, if you bail out all these other companies and everything, and what do you expect? So here come along the COVID-19. Well, that was the perfect opportunity to throw a bunch of these companies in the ground, and mash on them and everything, and start and beg for mercy and all that. And of course, the government come in, well, we'll spend $1.5 trillion to help these people out and everything, unbeknownst to them that was pretty much a fascist move, And I don't know if you recall, I think it was about 3 or 4 months ago, Putin made the comment on their TV or on their state-run TV and everything that he was trying to push all the fascists out of Ukraine, and that got me to thinking. I said, well, hell, that's all the companies. So there's some of the oil companies over there in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
That's got a lot of our. We do a lot of business in Ukraine, and he was pretty much mainly talking about us, and it got me to think, looking around and stuff like that. And hell, most of our business that is in cahoots with the government, you could consider that a fascist deal. Because anytime the government has a bailout or some kind of say-so in the corporation or something like that, that is basically a fascist system. What do you think?
Absolutely. That's fascist, Marxist. I mean, we know the left is being led by a Marxist regime.
Yep, and they're hell-bent on taking it all down, and bringing it back up like they want to. And I don't know what the remedy is. As far as climate change and all that stuff crap goes, you ain't going to change them people's minds. It has been ingrained in their brains for 40 years, generation after generation, and you ain't changing their mind. So what is the remedy? If conservatives get the power and stuff like that, which they probably will, you start axing all these proposals and everything. Well, hell, they're gonna go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the remedy is, and I kind of got an idea of what might be a remedy, but I hope not. And it's just a big old mess, and I don't think there's no way of fixing it. And there's only, well, I'll take it back. There is one way to fix it, but nobody wants to go down that road. Nobody wants to go down that road.
Correct.
But that's all I got, Steve. I appreciate you taking my call. When I heard y'all talking about that, I had to chime in. The hidden agenda is that they are wanting to nationalize as much business as they can so they can compete with China, because that's pretty much what China is. They are communist, but they have a lot of democratic tendencies when it comes to capitalism. And they think the only way to compete with China is to be like China. So I appreciate it, Steve. Have a good weekend, y'all.
Thank you for checking in, Mercury Man. Good to hear from you. And yes, you do the same. Have a great weekend. Yeah, with the heat wave, they're advising pet owners. Keep in mind, if you to take your doggy out for a walk, if you're out there and you're on the asphalt or the pavement, and if it's too hot for you to be walking in your bare feet, know what I mean? Because that asphalt gets scorching hot. It's hot enough to burn your puppy's paw pads as well, burn his feet. They were showing surface temperatures with the heat wave here, this past day. Trying to see, I think this was down in Georgia or Alabama. Alabama looks like, because you got Fort Payne, Scottsboro, okay. But 120, 130 degree asphalt temperatures. Yeah, too hot for you, too hot for Rover. Walking your pet during the heat of the day is impossible with pavement temperatures this high. Please wait till after the sun sets, as the pavement this hot can damage your pet's pads. Yes, indeed. Right. Had a story about pets and truck drivers as well in the industry headlines. We'll get to. There's a Tennessee animal shelter trying to team up truckers with an influx of animals coming into their shelter there. Had that report from Landline this past day. Vic, I got your email just a couple minutes ago. How ironic. I had just come across, it was from a different source. He sent me a link from Fortune magazine this past day. I came across the story from the Western Journal, and it's the same story. The one I had reads, well, it looks like solar panels aren't going to be saving the planet anytime soon. What do you mean? What's going on? In fact, some aren't even able to work efficiently when the sun is too hot, which defeats the purpose of solar energy. We know this because reports indicate the record heat wave in the UK right now has effectively rendered solar panels there useless. In an article earlier this week, the headline reads, "Weather Too Hot for Solar Panels." The Telegraph of London reported Tuesday temperature was over 104 degrees Fahrenheit for the first time ever in Britain. Severely negatively impacted the local solar panels' ability to store energy. As temperatures rise above 77 degrees Fahrenheit, solar panels become 0.35% points less efficient with each increasing degree. So I guess 1% less efficient for every 3-degree increase. The efficiency of solar panels is impacted by temperature. High temperatures above 25 degrees Celsius negatively impacting performance. It's likely the extreme temperatures have impacted total output levels. According to Science Focus, they offered an explanation in answering a question about whether solar panels work better on hot days. Surprisingly, they perform worse as the temperatures rise. Solar panels work by using incoming photons to excite electrons in a semiconductor to a higher energy level. But the hotter the panel is, the greater the number of electrons that are already in the excited state. This reduces the voltage that the panel can generate and actually lowers its efficiency. Higher temperatures also increase the electric resistance of the circuits that convert the photovoltaic charge into AC electricity. Now, it should be noted the past few weeks have been far from a failure when it comes to solar energy. According to Fortune, Germany hit record levels of solar energy output over the weekend. But if temperatures remain elevated for long, that output's going to certainly regress. Despite this, the question remains, if climate change is truly the existential threat that the lefties claim it is, won't extreme temperatures be the new normal? At that point, won't your precious solar energy sources become more and more useless? When it comes to solar panels, wind turbines, and other green sources of energy, some experts believe there are already better alternatives we could be using today. People think solar panels protect the environment because they require 300 times as much land as conventional energy sources. And now the LA Times has discovered they could contaminate groundwater with toxic heavy metals, lead, selenium, cadmium. Shared that story the other night. In the same Twitter thread, he asked, what then are solar panels, renewables, electric vehicles actually for? What are they for? He then offered a long list of negative trade-offs associated with the development and use of all the left's favorite energy sources. They are for financing the persecution of Muslims in China, degrading nature, lowering worker wages, widening inequality, increasing toxic waste, providing educated professionals with the fantasy of saving the world, increasing the cost of energy, providing a mechanism for financing political parties and movements with taxpayer and consumer wealth. And there's the one I mentioned earlier. There's the transfer of wealth. Remember I just said that last hour? To transfer the wealth from poorer electricity consumers to wealthier consumers. Of course, it's unlikely any of these facts will change the mind of the hyperbolic climate change extremist, many of whom are actually running our government. Had no idea. I would have just been under the impression on a hot, sunny day, the solar panels, the solar generators are probably working full steam ahead, but apparently not the case. How about that? You learn something new every day. Let's jump down to Eagle, see what's going on this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, Eagle, we got you. Go ahead. Happy Friday.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, pick up the phone, right?
Hello?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I dozed off a little bit. Finally woke up. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about a couple things tonight that's going on. You know, as you can see, Joe Biden, you know, they claim that this guy tested positive for the coronavirus. Okay. So we'll see all these things that they remember about a year or so ago, Steve, all these things that they were saying that you could take to help you with the virus, that they were taking people's, you know, social media accounts down for these different remedies and all this that people, I want to see what they do now. I wonder what they see. I want to see what they give good old Joe Biden now. You know, all these things that, you know, they wouldn't do. You know, with Donald Trump, they raised all kind of hell when Donald Trump tested positive for the coronavirus. And they was talking, that Trump was talking about all the remedies they use, and they didn't want Trump to let the American people know about it. We'll see if they do the same with Joe Biden. That's the way I'm looking at this situation. I'm be watching this real closely to see how they handle this Biden deal. But yeah, like one thing I want to talk to you about, Steve. The main thing is the weather right now. You know, like I say, I'm not one of those people who believe in conspiracies, this and all that nonsense. But I do believe
that we're definitely having some type of weather change. Because I talked to people, Steve, that lived in some of these places, and because when you're truck, you go, and I talk to people, they say, everybody I talk to say, hell, I don't ever remember it being this hot before. And like I say, I live in Texas, you know that, and I've never seen heat like this that we're having right now. Just to walk outside, the heat it's like, it's just ridiculous how hot it is. And I never remember it being like this when I was a kid growing up in Texas. So I believe something is going on. What's going on, I don't know. But I do know this, is that in Texas, I don't know how they pulling it off. I thought they were going to have a problem with the electrical grid, due to so many people running their AC. But things seem to be going pretty good. They're not having no blackouts or nothing in Texas. So that's one good thing we got going. I guess Greg Abbott must have done a good job with the power supply. So we damn sure ain't having no problem with that. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, about the border crisis situation. And like I say, this guy here, just the words coming out of his mouth should be enough for this guy to get fired. This guy, Mayorkas, he said yesterday, I just happened to turn, look at the video. He had the nerve to say yesterday that our U.S. southern border was secure. How can that man come on television and the words come out of his mouth and say that when they got video of people walking it right into the USA, crossing the river into Texas, and this guy says that our U.S. border is secure? He ought to be terminated. But like I say, you see who his leader is, so Biden's not going to do anything. But just those words coming out of his mouth should be enough for him to be fired. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, Ted Cruz immediately called him out on that this past day. Matter of fact, I think I had that story printed up over here. Yeah, our border is it's secure. It's closed. And what's he talking about? Yeah, this is the guy in charge of Homeland Security? Yep, that's the guy. Yeah, it's way off base. You got about a minute before news break here. Take you back to the pets here, the bond between a trucker and your pet. Doesn't matter if you're a trucker or not. We love our pets. It's a strong bond. There's a Tennessee animal shelter hoping that bond may lead to finding homes for a growing number of pets. Memphis Animal Services is launching a program geared toward pairing truckers with pets in need of a home. They're offering truckers 50% off your adoptions at the shelter. Adoption fees typically range anywhere from $10 to $80, depending on the type and the age of the animal. Free pet beds may be available for truckers as well who adopt through this program. The marketing communication supervisor for Memphis Animal Services says the Truck Dog program, which she admits is a working title, could be a great fit for many of the dogs at the shelter. It seems like life in a truck, while probably not for every dog, but for a lot of dogs, there'd be nothing better to be there with your person all the time. So that's what we were thinking when we were talking about starting the Truck Dog program. According to their website, they bring in roughly 20 to 40 pets on a daily basis. The shelter has had the idea for a Truck Dog program for a while, but the recent surge in incoming animals led them to take a put it all out on the table approach. Let's try this to find homes for the animals. We are struggling. Animal shelters around the country are struggling. It's kind of a crisis that the animals are coming in, outpacing the animals that are going out. We need more pets to be going out. I know a lot of truck drivers need companionship, so we're definitely hoping we can both benefit from that. All right, we want to let people know we practice open adoptions, and we're not looking for a reason to deny an adoption. In some cases, possibly driving a truck would be one of the many reasons people could get denied by other agencies from adopting a pet in the past. But we know the connection between truckers and their pets, that's not the only appeal. Now, they're location-wise. The location of this shelter off I-40 at exit 15 in Memphis, an ideal locale for truckers to get off the highway and pull right in. Truck parking is available across from the shelter. She said, to our knowledge, this is probably the first of its kind program, and hopefully it won't be the last. All right. So there you go. I-40, what was it, exit 15? Memphis, Tennessee. And we'll get a news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hey, wide open lines at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
The January 6th committee is holding its 8th public hearing, the latest in a series laying out the case that the Capitol riot was the result of then-President Donald Trump's attempt to overturn the election. The committee said today the hearing will focus on what happened during the 187 minutes between Trump's speech, during which he allegedly encouraged supporters to march to the Capitol, and his tweet encouraging rioters to head home. The hearing is featuring live testimony from two former Trump White House aides, Sarah Matthews and Matthew Pottinger, who both resigned over Trump's actions on the day of the riot.
I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands.
This is USA Radio News.
Camp Lejeune Justice is responsible for the content of this ad. Attention Marines, personnel of any branch of the armed forces and their families stationed at Camp Lejeune and contractors who worked at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune for 30 days or longer between August 1953 and December of 1987? For 34 years, those on Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. Until now, the laws have prevented victims from getting justice, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow victims to seek compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. If you or a loved one got sick after exposure to contaminated drinking water at Camp Lejeune, you need the right legal team that has the experience, support staff, and resources to seek the maximum compensation for your injuries. Call now for a free consultation and case review.
Call 800-832-9166. That's 800-832-9166. Again, that's 800-832-9166.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a Friday, TGIF. What are we looking at? Weekend. Here comes the weekend. There's a lot of people, a lot of folks going to be heading to the beach on a hot weekend, right? Looking for a little relief from the heat. And they're advising you pay attention to the warnings, the flags, and a lot of shark sightings along the East Coast this year. Is it more than usual? I mean, it happens every summer. A teenage boy in Long Island, the latest victim in a growing number of shark attacks along the East Coast, as reported sightings of sharks continue to be on the rise, they tell us. Wednesday, the latest, a 16-year-old surfing in the waters off Kismet Beach, Fire Island. About 5:45 in the afternoon when a shark bit him on his right foot. It's about a 4-inch cut. He's going to be okay. He was about 20 yards out when he was bit by the shark. He was able to walk out of the water and taken to a local hospital. So he's in recovery mode. Earlier in the day, a dead shark, a young great white, about 8 feet long, washed up on a beach there at Fire Island, according to police. The Fire Island attack marking the 6th such incident this summer in Long Island alone, forcing the temporary closure of area beaches. It was a week earlier, July 13, 2 shark attacks reported. One in Suffolk County, a 41-year-old man knocked off a paddleboard after suffering a bite from a tiger shark off Fire Island. Also suffered only a 4-inch gash on his leg. He did not go down without a fight, they tell us, though. Officials say he punched at the shark, only to see it come back at him. A few hours later, a 49-year-old Arizona man was in waist-deep water, bitten on the wrist and the buttocks. Non-life-threatening injuries. Swimming was suspended on the island as a result of both of those incidents. Isn't that amazing, though? Just literally waist-deep water. Sharks getting really close to shore, right? Now, experts say shark attacks on humans are very rare, But the recent jump in sightings alone can be kind of unnerving for vacationers and others out there enjoying the surf and the sand. Yeah, this is the time of year during the month of July, they tell us, typically when there's a large number of predators arriving along the shoreline and right on cue as the height of the season has arrived, the sightings and a flurry of shark bites along the East Coast have put the beach goers on high alert in recent weeks. All right. According to the governor of New York, whether it's land, sea, or air, we're going to have more robust patrols on the shorelines for the coming weekend. So just, be careful for those heading out to the beach this weekend. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? All right, I wanted to touch on the Supreme Court, all the hoopla and recent, of course, the bombshell, the Roe versus Wade. That was right on the heels of the ruling on guns from the Supreme Court that have the left in a tizzy, an absolute mental frenzy. I think back, how many years, for years and years, we had not a conservative, but a left-leaning majority on the Supreme Court. Everything's fine, right? As long as the left is in charge, as long as everything the Supreme Court is ruling on comes down in their favor, in their line of thinking, everything's good to go. Suddenly, when you get a conservative majority, which, thanks to one Donald Trump, for the first time in many, many years, we end up with a conservative majority on the Supreme Court. This is the left's mentality. If things don't go their way, we have to change the rules. You change the rules on the fly to make things go their way. And that's what they're trying to do right now, claiming basic freedoms are under assault from the ultra right-wing bench, the right-wing branch of the Supreme Court, specifically pointing out Roe versus Wade. Earlier this week, there was a group of Democrats in the House that are calling for legislation to create 4 new seats on the high court. Yeah, we need to, well, obviously, with a Democrat president, a.k.a. Joe Biden, they want to do this expediently. They want to get this done ASAP. Got to get it done before a possible Republican returns in charge of the White House. This way, you'll get 4 left-leaning judges, a.k.a. it's called packing the court, right? To give the left control back of the Supreme Court. Citing recent decisions that allowed prayer in school athletics, the tossing of the New York gun control law, the Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization's decision that overturned Roe's federally adopted right to abortion. This new make of the court tells us we have to have new justices. Georgia Representative Hank Johnson, a Democrat, the primary sponsor for this legislation, told The Hill that the court, as it stands now, is a Supreme Court in crisis. Crisis with our democracy, where basic freedoms are under assault. We have a 6-3 conservative majority right now. We can't have that, surely. It's making decisions that usurp the power of the legislative and executive branches. Now, this is the only branch of government that's not affected by a popular vote. Well, is it or is it not? Technically, the popular vote, I mean, you've got the populace who elects the president. If you have a conservative president, you get conservative appointees. If you have a Democrat president, you get the leftist appointees, right? Simple as that. Now, the measure stands very little chance of passing, they tell us. There's even a mix of Democrats that are kind of skeptical, but it kind of channels the anger of the progressive Democrats over the conservative justices appointed by none other than Donald Trump. Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. Those three have dramatically changed the court's direction. You now have twice as many conservative justices as you do liberal ones. So the bill is called the Judiciary Act. Actually introduced last year. It has been stalled in Congress. Some Democrats, they tell us, are concerned that the proposed court expansion might actually make it easier for Republicans to propel more of their nominees into those spots. The nightmare scenario of Republicans court packing is already on us. That's how they got their far-right 6-3 majority in the first place. At the press conference earlier this week, lawmakers blamed the rise of a partisan court on Trump and the conservative legal movement. And they're also looking at the lifelong terms of the sitting justices. That's another problem because Trump's newly appointed justices are quite young compared to the remaining liberals on the court. 72-year-old Samuel Alito. You can see the gleam in his eye as he thinks about what he wants to do to decimate the rights of the people and put us back in the dark ages. Now, all in their 50s, he acknowledged Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, they're going to be there a while. Yes, indeed. Things aren't going our way, so we need to change the rules on the fly. We have to be in control. That's the left mentality. With that, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. And again, plenty of room for you this Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
It's a topic Eagle brought up a couple weeks ago, talking about back to school. It's just around the corner here in the coming weeks. Depending on what part of the country you're in, kids will be going back to class to get a new school year underway. Yeah, how many schools have actually made progress making changes to secure the schools to prevent the likes of another Uvalde, another mass shooting of the schools? A lot of talk about that. Of course, they did pass the legislation for funding from the federal level to help schools implement some new policies, new security measures. Yeah, one thing that's been a topic of discussion is arming teachers or hiring individuals, armed individuals, to be on school property. Mississippi, the Board of Education yesterday voted to remove that state's prohibition on carrying legal guns in public schools. Board members cited Mississippi's 10-year-old enhanced carry law as the reasoning, arguing that the 32-year policy of barring the possession of a pistol, firearm, or weapons by anyone other than law enforcement was actually at odds with the state requirement. Now, they're noticing now that a law that was passed actually 11 years ago, they're not in compliance with that. Why all that time? Mississippi education officials told the Free Press that the board was simply complying with state law, and this revision is just one of a handful of a broader effort to update the education policies. We've been reviewing a host of policies. There's actually about 30 of them that have been revised, they said. Now, although the statewide ban is gone, local school districts will still be able to make their own decisions, as in prohibiting the practice of allowing armed individuals on the school property. That option to allow teachers or administrators who have permits to carry guns on school grounds in the state of Mississippi is indeed now permissible with this change. Now, they say the removal will take effect soon, a policy requiring each local school district to have a policy concerning weapons on school premises, at least temporarily in place. So right now, all the various, districts are scrambling. They'll have to hold meetings and whatnot. There is one stipulation under the state law. An education board must hold a hearing if at least 10 residents in any given district request one, and they must do that within 20 days of the department filing the notice, which is likely to happen. So we'll see concerned parents throughout the state of Mississippi requesting to hold hearings on this. A 25-day public comment period will also be required, in each district. So the citizens, the people can chime in, give their 2 cents worth. Maybe a step in the right direction for the state of Mississippi, I would say. Meanwhile, Vic is on board. Hello, Vic. Happy Friday.
Hey. Yeah, happy Friday to you too. TGIF. This kind of a diversion, because you're talking about your uncle there that passed away, was there at Tullahoma, Tennessee. And you kept saying Tullahoma, and that was driving me nuts. It's like, well, what is it about Tullahoma? Well, that's next to the Manchester Scales down there on I-40. You probably never noticed a big sign there that there's a weight limit. to where big trucks can't go around the Manchester scales on the, I forget what highway it was that went through Tullahoma. But there used to be a steel plant there or something like that. And I always wondered, how do they get to that plant? If there, I think they said it was a weight limit bridge or something.
Yeah.
It's been about 10 years that I've been off the road. And when I wanted to go around the Manchester scales, I jumped off way back up the road and went up 64 up to Murfreesboro and then jumped on 231 and went one way or the other into Nashville. But that was kind of bugging me for a while. I finally picked up the map, and obviously your uncle you're pretty close to your uncle, and everybody hates to see somebody pass on. I've lost so many friends in the past 2 or 3 years, and I have to catch myself sometimes. It's like, well, I'm going to call somebody. So, well, no, I'm not, because they're not there anymore. But anyway, enough of that. But like I said, that sometimes you get something that you in your mind, and you think that rings a bell. I should know something about it, but you just can't bring it up. So
yeah.
Anyway.
I'm just assuming he was an Air Force guy, 23 and a half years in the Air Force. And the home that they purchased there, and he was born and raised like in Nashville. I believe he and Francis actually met at Arnold Air Force Base there. Met like 59 years ago, I think it was. And so that's where they met, and they bought a home that's like right there on the outskirts of Arnold Air Force Base where they met.
Okay. I was trying that Arnold Air Force Base, that must have been, I know there were some Air National Guard units down there or something. I don't know. Is that base still existing? Or
Yeah.
Air Reserve Base?
Like I said, it's there. I mean, we had to, when you get off I-24, coming from the east, coming from the Chattanooga side, you got to get off the exit and actually drive through the base about 10 or 11 miles. You cut through the base, and you can see, the main gates. And you got a bunch of planes out there at the various entrances and whatnot. But yeah, the base is an active base.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not to get hung up on my personal history, but when I graduated college, there was a chicken plant down there ran by Central Soya, and they were going to hire me. There was a guy by the name of Johnny Green that was an F4 backseater, and he was going to get me in the Tennessee Air National Guard so I wouldn't get drafted. And anyway, his family owned a lot of property up in Greenville, South Carolina, and he decided that working in a chicken plant wasn't glamorous enough, and he went back up there to help run his family's property. And I never did go to work for him. They hired me, but I never did go to work for them. Then they went on strike, and I went on to other things. But anyway, just kind of an interesting thing. There at Murfreesboro, there was a guy that claimed he had a lot of money, making a lot of money invested in the company that I was with at one time. He was falsifying documents. He didn't have an account there, and he was donating money to the Country Music Hall of Fame and everything else. But that's quite a story, too. But yeah, he was one of those scam artists like Bernie Madoff. But anyway, get back to what I really called about. I would just say one thing. I sent you a thing about electricity or about the solar panels. Anybody that has just a nodding acquaintance with electricity knows that heat is the big enemy of all, electronics. So when people are talking about all this electric stuff, I really have to wonder, because even your electric vehicles, those batteries have to be cooled. I think all the manufacturers went together and decided on a common coolant, that they can use on it. But they get hot as well. So when they talk about all this things they're going to do with electricity and get rid of fossil fuels, I have to kind of wonder, because electricity, a lot of what you generate doesn't wind up being power. I know at one time there was like a 30% line loss just in transmission of electricity to one place for another. So as I've said many times, it's a very poorly thought out program, if thought out at all. But what I was talking about was I didn't watch that hearing tonight because I knew it was going to be the same thing. We're going to blame Trump for all this stuff regardless, and we want to get rid of him, make sure he never comes back or any of his supporters. But the electoral college thing, if you'll notice in a lot of these hearings, part of the theme is they want to reform the Electoral Count Act of 1887, which, as Trump says, they're wanting to make sure that nobody can do what Trump wanted to do, but they said he couldn't do. So if he couldn't do it before, why do they need a reform? Obviously he could do what he wanted to do, and that electoral college thing, they keep wanting to reform this. Well, right now, most of the country is, one state. It's a state take-all thing. If the majority goes for it, all the states' votes, electoral votes, goes, to that particular candidate. But some states do it by congressional district. I think Maine is one of them. There might be some others. To me, the way I look at that is to counter this deal to where they can run to Philadelphia or Detroit or Atlanta and sway that enough to where they can sway the whole state. It looks to me like it'd make more sense to say, well, we're going to go congressional district by congressional district. If a congressional district goes for one particular party or candidate, then that's whatever, that's one electoral vote for that. And because the electoral votes are based on the number of congressional districts that you have in the country anyway. And I don't know. I don't think the Democrats too much want to go for that because they're trying to get to the popular vote. And, of course, when we go to the popular vote, then that means the states with the most population would be who would control the election.
I mean, California, Illinois, New York, from that point forward, will determine who's running the country. And guarantee it's going to be the left. Now, let me get my time out here, and I'll come back and finish up with Vic. I did a quick search there as far as Arnold Air Force Base. Apparently, they don't have an active runway there anymore, an active airfield, I guess, as they say. I guess it's become more of the home of Arnold Engineering Development Complex, the most advanced, largest complex of flight simulation test facilities in the world. All right, now it says Arnold Air Force Base employs about 55 active duty, 350 federal civil servants, 55 NAF personnel, about 2,100 civilian contractors. Is back in the day at the peak levels, Arnold employed as many as 2,700 personnel there. But, yeah, there you go. So right now, I guess the flight simulation test facility, largest in the world. Yeah, right there on the outskirts of Tullahoma. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The House has passed legislation that will protect access to birth control. The latest move in a broader effort by Democrats to set out into federal law rights they fear could come under threat by the Supreme Court following its decision to wipe away the constitutional right to an abortion. The bill, called the Right to Contraception Act, now will go to Senate. The measure would create a statutory right for people to access birth control and protect a range of contraceptive methods. The Supreme Court has prevented the Biden administration from immediately reinstating rules that instructed U.S. deportation agents to prioritize the arrest of certain unauthorized immigrants, including those determined to pose a risk to public safety or national security. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-5800. 1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
New York has identified a case of polio in Rockland County, the first in the U.S. in almost a decade. The New York State Health Department has confirmed polio has been eliminated in the U.S. since 1979 due to the success of the vaccine, according to the CDC. But travelers sometimes bring the virus into the country. Interest rates are on the rise.
The president of the Euro Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, had previously signaled it would be increasing the rates in July and September as consumer prices kept surging. Reporting from Frankfurt, Germany, the institution had kept rates at historic lows, in fact, in negative territory since 2014. Today's action calls for a 50 basis point increase. Yeah, that's a full 0.5%. The ECB's new anti-fragmentation tool may be put to the test, which is aimed at supporting those nations with big giant debts like Italy. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Prime.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A January 6 Capitol rioter who recorded herself saying that they were looking for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to, quote, shoot her in the freaking brains, end quote, was sentenced to 60 days in prison, according to officials. Prosecutors called her comments about killing Pelosi, quote, among the most graphic statements uttered by any rioter on Capitol grounds that day, end quote. But the prosecutor did acknowledge there was no evidence she intended to carry it out. Cities are needing help.
The mayors of New York City and Washington, D.C. are asking for federal help with illegal immigrants and asylum seekers that they claim are overwhelming their shelters. Eagle Pass, Texas Mayor Pro Tem Yolanda Roman responds to their cries for help on Fox News.
Good luck to them, because we haven't gotten the help that we need for over a year. So I don't know how they expect to get it. So somebody, if they do, I will be interested in knowing how they're getting it over there, and we cannot get it here down in the border.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
YouTube announced it will remove a video from its platform if it, quote, provides instructions for unsafe abortion methods or promotes false claims about abortion safety, end quote. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, there you go. West Coast on board here on a Friday. Hope you've had a good week. All right, let me see here. It's not this weekend, but the following weekend. It's air show season. And coming to Southwest Ohio, one of the bees, the Dayton International Air Show, which will feature the Blue Angels this year. That's the feature. I noticed earlier this week, the Navy's Blue Angels announced their next pilot lineup. It was Monday of this week. And it will include the squadron's first ever female FA-18 demonstration pilot. Blue Angels announcing Monday they've selected Lieutenant Amanda Lee to serve on the team for the 2023 air show season. Lee is a native of Mounds View, Minnesota, graduated from Old Dominion University 2013, currently assigned to the Gladiators of Strike Fighter Squadron 106, based out of Naval Air Station, Oceana, Virginia. Now, she's not the first female to serve with the Blue Angels, but she is the first to fly in the iconic blue FA-18 Hornet fighter jets. Now, they say for over 55 years, hundreds of women have served with the Blue Angels, representing the best of the Navy and the Marine Corps. Katie Higgins became the first Blue Angels pilot back in 2015. She flew in the 2015 and 2016 seasons on their C-130 demonstration team, flying the C-130, or Fat Albert, as they call it. So Lena Lee is one of the two new pilots selected for the FA-18 demonstration team. The other new FA-18 is Lieutenant Commander Thomas Zimmerman of Baltimore, Maryland. Graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy, Annapolis, back in 2009. Currently assigned to the Red Rippers of Strike Fighter Squadron VFA-11. Congratulations, female, flying with the Angels next season at the air shows around the country. They are an amazing group, just astounding. Hello to Rick on board there in Columbus this morning. Rick Friend, good to have you on board. As always, Gary checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. We've got 73 degrees here in Southwest Ohio. Let's go, Brandon. Yep, that's exactly what I'm seeing outside the bunker. 73 degrees. There you go. And back to Vic. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Vic, and welcome back.
Hey. Okay, yeah, thanks for calling me over to Steve. I kind of try to get this wrapped up as quick as possible. But when I was talking about reforming the Electoral College, my thought is that it's pretty obvious the left's trying to just target key cities in certain states enough to sway the election. And I can't really see any type of real election reform or ballot reform, whatever you want to say. With all, they want to do this mail-in balloting and all this other stuff, and kind of take a little bit of a diversion here. When you look at all the stuff that's going on there, and what they used to call the Badlands of Philadelphia, I watched some of that on YouTube, and I couldn't help but wonder. I wonder how many of those people voted and didn't know it. You know. And so anyway, and the other thing is that they keep trying to get a hold of the courts, and a person that was talking there earlier this evening, I didn't catch their name, talking about fascism. The control of the courts is usually the first step of any dictatorship. That's how the Nazis took over Germany, because they suspended the Constitution, and then the courts became the arbiter. And if you read the whole history of it, a lot of people got trials, but the decision was settled before they ever went to trial because of the corrupt judges. And that leads me to something. I've finally read Mark Levin's book, or skimmed Mark Levin's book, about Men in Black. And the basic point that he made was that we're supposed to have three equal branches of government: the judicial, legislative, and executive. And somehow they have worked it around to where the judicial has power over the legislative and the executive branch, because it's the legislative passes the law and the court says, well, that's unconstitutional. Somehow, some way, that's the final say on it. So we went from a representative body to 9 people saying, well, this is unconstitutional, or this is constitutional. And again, recently on that Roe v. Wade, the court wasn't ruling on abortion. They were just saying that the argument that they used, right to privacy and property ownership, those were wrong decisions. That could not be justification for abortion, and they turned it back to the states. And that's just one example. So anyway, the whole thing is, you're talking about them wanting to expand the Supreme Court and get enough justices. Well, if it was really if the Supreme Court was actually a co-equal branch of government, it wouldn't make any difference how many justices they had on there, because they too would have to abide by the Constitution, and their decisions would be subject to review by the other branches as well. As a way that's the point that I took away from Mark's book. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but and we went through this kind of in the trucking industry a bit, and with EPA, and that's like they came out 2 or 3 weeks ago and told EPA they'd overstepped their bounds, that they didn't have the authority to tell people to control emissions, you have to change to another form of energy generation. The EPA could say you need to control the emissions, but they can't dictate what power source they have to use. So again, like I said, the big thing is the Supreme Court shouldn't be the final say on anything. The executive branch shouldn't be the final say on anything, nor the legislative branch. But somehow we've gotten far away from that. And the left is wanting to make sure that they keep it in place to where the courts can essentially overrule anything that anybody else does. So if they can't get their legislation through one way, then they'll get it through another. And that primarily is the thing that I took away from a lot of the stuff that is going on right now. And speaking of passing laws, excuse me, they're talking about passing all these gun laws. The other evening you was mentioning about some 10, 12-year-old boys that shot at a policeman or whatever. Steve, you would be amazed at the number of people out here that are grooming young people, 8, 9, 10 years old, to join gangs, to do other illegal activities. And as long as that's going on, they can pass all the laws they want. But when you have somebody that has been groomed for 10, 12 years into the gang culture, or I don't know if you ever heard of the term white gypsies or Scottish travelers, Irish travelers. They had a big bust on them about 10 years ago down there in South Carolina. They run every scam. They're basically bunco artists. And they start training their kids at a young age on that. But the thing of it is, when you have people that have been indoctrinated for 10, 12 years, they're not paying attention to laws in the first place. And the big thing on the gang grooming thing, usually they'll take a young kid and say, I want you to stand on this corner and, let me know if this or that happens. Or they'll say, this guy's going to come by and drop something off. I want you to pick it up, take it to this corner. And a lot of these kids, they're not, they're living in a poverty situation. And all of a sudden, here comes a guy and says, I'll pay you $500 a week to do this. Well, what do you think's going to happen? And then it just keeps going from there. And so, when you have that, if you have a lot of friends in law enforcement, they're probably in gang intelligence and all that. And I don't know if you've ever talked to them, but you'd be amazed how many people are out there grooming young people to be criminals. And the left won't even go near that subject. So by and large, like I said, the only way that we can control this is to basically make sure that it's very difficult for the left to manipulate elections. I won't say run fraudulent elections, but manipulate them. And I don't believe they're going to want to pass more stringent absentee balloting and voter ID and all that. Canada has a system that the last I knew, you can absentee vote, but the absentee votes are counted first before they go to the in-person voting. And so you can't wait till you get a lot of in-person voting, and then all of a sudden you're going to have all these counting of ballot boxes and found, trunks of cars and here, there, and everywhere till you finally win and drag it out. And back to the current situation, this January 6th commission hearing. And one of the big things is that Trump claiming the election was fraudulent, and that was a false claim, and he got people all stirred up over that. Well, how many times have we heard people on the left claim that and drag elections out and try to look every way possible, to try to make sure that they would win the election? And of course, the big thing on that was in 2000, Gore v. Bush, and by and large, they used an illegal ballot in Florida anyway, and that's what caused all the big fuss about it. That's when they went to all the chads. But I hope I didn't ramble too much there, but the big thing is we have to protect the election.
Absolutely. I got the hanging chads, the dimpled chads, the pimpled chads. I remember well. How many months do we count on that? Counting. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel
fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, news update just around the corner here as we roll into a Friday. So, update from the Port of Oakland, which is, for all practical purposes, been nearly shut down all week. Monday was the only day they really got much of anything done. Wednesday and Thursday literally shuttered operations. Operations at the Port of Oakland continue. Shut down as drivers protest the new California labor law. Again, starting on Monday, involving hundreds of owner-operators who've been blocking the movement of cargo in and out of Oakland port terminals. As of Wednesday, no word as to when the protest may end. I know organizers said that they're going to continue until Gavin Newsom sits down with them, which he has not. And last report, he has no plans to sit down with it. He's pretty much telling them, hey, it's the law, like it, learn to live with it, and move on. Problem is, this is just making the congestion of containers much worse with each passing day. While the law makes truckers employees instead of independent contractors, was meant to actually protect them by making them eligible for benefits, minimum wage requirements. These drivers feel that this law is actually going to make it harder for those who own their own trucks to operate their own hours and be their own boss. According to the LA Times, the new law is not yet being enforced. It's still not clear when the state might actually begin enforcement. Executive director of the Port of Oakland says, but we understand the frustration expressed by the protesters, but prolonged stoppage of operations for any reason is going to damage all the businesses operating at the ports and cause California ports to further suffer market share losses to competing ports. So they continued Thursday. I assume that they'll be back out there picketing today. You may have been caught up in the backup on Interstate 35 Dallas this past day. A giant piece of AC equipment knocked off a tractor trailer about 3:30 in the afternoon, eastbound 35 in the Stemmons corridor. According to the Dallas Morning News, the semi was traveling beneath the railroad bridge near Commonwealth Drive when what they call the air plenum was knocked from the trailer and ended up right there in the middle of the highway. It's a big piece of equipment used in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. No injuries reported, thankfully, but that blocked the center lanes until a heavy-duty wrecker was able to get to the scene. They moved that piece to an exit lane where then it was lifted onto another truck and ultimately hauled away. Things were back up and running about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so I guess about an hour and a half. Things were really messed up there in Dallas. Made for an exciting day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House has passed legislation that will protect access to birth control. The latest move in a broader effort by Democrats to set out into federal law rights they fear could come under threat by the Supreme Court following its decision to wipe away the constitutional right to an abortion. The bill, called the Right to Contraception Act, now will go to Senate. The measure would create a statutory right for people to access birth control and protect a range of contraceptive methods. The Supreme Court has prevented the Biden administration from immediately reinstating rules that instructed U.S. deportation agents to prioritize the arrest of certain unauthorized immigrants, including those determined to pose a risk to public safety or national security. This is USA Radio News.
Camp Lejeune Justice is responsible for the content of this ad. Attention Marines, personnel of any branch of the armed forces and their families stationed at Camp Lejeune and contractors who worked at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune for 30 days or longer between August 1953 and December of 1987? For 34 years, those on Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. Until now, the laws have prevented victims from getting justice, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow victims to seek compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. If you or a loved one got sick after exposure to contaminated drinking water at Camp Lejeune, you need the right legal team that has the experience, support staff, and resources to seek the maximum compensation for your injuries. Call now for a free consultation and case review.
Call 800-832-9166. That's 800-832-9166. Again, that's 800-832-9166.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Lines available at 844-844-3388. All the talk about AB5. That's the truck legislation that they're protesting there in California. So to make things confusing, a lot of headlines about BA5. Very, very similar. Rather than AB5, BA5. That's the new strain of COVID. They believe that's the one the president has. They believe that's the one most people are. That's the latest one sweeping the country. The COVID virus, they say, has a Darwinian quality. As variants emerge, they compete with one another to become the dominant variant. The most contagious variants tend to win the competition because they can spread more quickly. It is survival of the fittest, as they call it. That's why the virus has become more and more contagious over time. Today, the most contagious form yet, BA5 subvariant. Looks as if we're unable to control it, according to the University of California, San Francisco. In the U.S., cases have surged, as has the number of hospitalized patients, although some of them were admitted for other reasons and just happened to test positive for the virus while in the hospital. Keep that in mind. At this point in time, I know many readers aren't sure how much attention to pay to COVID anymore. Vaccines, not as many serious illness in a vast majority of cases. In a recent Times poll, less than 1% of Americans described COVID as the most important problem. You know, everybody's pretty much over it. Less than 1%. I'm glad to see the pandemic is not top of mind anymore, but that means we're making progress. The last thing I want as the COVID response coordinator is for us to go back to the point where COVID dominates our lives in scary ways. Okay, yeah, well, no doubt. Yeah, everybody's pretty much over that. All right, with that, let's get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. BA5, not to be confused with AB5. Happy birthday, Gilligan.
Well, thank you, Steve. Thank you to the listeners. It's supposed to be a happy birthday. I can't believe it on the air. I greatly appreciate it.
There you go.
You was touching on earlier about the possible they've been trying to do this to nationalize our oil companies. You know, how Maxine Waters went to the floor in
Yep.
09, all this. I'm not sure if you remember this, but some of your listeners it does. You know what happened to Venezuela? How they was a very oil-rich nation. And what they do, they nationalize the oil companies.
And
It's
then,
one of the richest
and then a matter of
richest countries.
how many years did it take for them to be in the proverbial shish kebab hole?
Yeah, in no time they was totally in one of the worst countries in the world to live in. I think they you know I figure they're as bad off down there as Cuba, even, you know, maybe not North Korea, but they are. And people are leaving that country in masses to go to Colombia. Colombia is no great place to live either.
No.
In other countries, you know. I sent you a story. He was talking about they're trying to pack the court, trying to add 4 justices. This is not the first time this has happened. Back in 1937, FDR tried the same thing to push through legislation. You know, but as kids, we read the history books about how FDR saved this country from the Depression and all that. Well, if you really take a look at what he's done, he actually kept this country in the Depression. You know, other countries were pulling out of the Depression. There was a worldwide depression, no doubt about that. But there was other countries pulling out of the Depression. Why? Because they was letting businesses grow. And every election, their whole mantra was that the Republicans, all they wanted to do was give tax cuts to the rich, tax cuts to the rich. Well, you've got to let the economy breathe. You've got to let the businesses grow. If you don't let the businesses grow, your economy will fail. That's a point that's been proven time and time again. I mean, you look at Woodrow Wilson, some of his policies. This is nothing new out of the left. They've been doing this for over 100 years. Look at what LBJ brought in with the Great Society. Well, I refer to it as the Great Welfare Society. You know, they want as many people as dependent on government as possible. They just want everybody drove down and totally enslaved to the government. I know that's going to get Moose upset. Here we go. You know, some slavery, you get everything for free. Yeah, but you're still beholden to that government. But, yeah, well, that's I figured I would bring up the bit, especially with what happened to Venezuela. It's taking over the oil companies, and they're still packing the courts. None of these tactics are new by the Democrat Party. But that's about all I got for tonight, Steve, and hope everybody has a great, safe weekend, and thank you for taking my call.
Have a good weekend, and again, happy birthday, Gilligan. Celebrate wisely, right? All right, about 16 before the hour, and again, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey, maybe, say, 24 hours from now. Could be potentially looking at the Aurora Borealis, reaching as far as maybe Illinois and Oregon, northern tier of the United States. A headline from spaceweather.com. Geomagnetic storms are possible July 23rd when a full halo CME is expected to hit the Earth's magnetic field. That storm cloud was hurled toward the Earth early yesterday by what they describe as a solar tsunami eruption. Now, NOAA forecasters say it'll be a G1 to G2 class. That's minor to moderate storms. A slight chance of escalating to category G3, which would be listed as strong. Timing-wise, exactly what time the CME hits And they've got separate models, one from NASA and one from NOAA. The NOAA model predicts a slightly later arrival, with the densest part of the storm cloud reaching Earth about 0400 UT. Was that Universal Time, July the 23rd? Either way, the timing favors sky watchers in Western Europe and North America. In the most optimistic case of a G3 category storm, auroras, the Aurora Borealis, could descend again as far south as Illinois and Oregon. Basically, tonight, Friday night into Saturday morning, 22nd into the 23rd. The sun is very active right now. There are actually nine sunspot groups on the sun, a sign of strength from solar cycle number 25. We're rapidly reaching the peak of this latest solar cycle. So lots of solar flare potential in the coming days. And with that, we'll get our quick time out. It is 844-3388. Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What else? A couple days ago, my grandson said something to me about, Papa, did you hear about the flying spiders? Say what? No, I don't know anything about flying spiders. I guess he had the story before I did. Big flying spiders have arrived in the United States. I will explain. Here's where they're showing up. Big yellow spiders popping up around homes and gardens in parts of the South. Joro spiders are a non-native species first found in North Georgia in 2014. They're now showing up elsewhere in parts of the South, in this case, South Carolina. According to the Clemson Cooperative Extension, what do we know about these big flying spiders? These spiders can be nearly 3 inches across with their legs spread. Joro spiders get through the winter as eggs, which hatch in the late spring. You begin seeing them early May, making webs on practically anything: homes, decks, porches, landscape plants, natural areas. Those webs and said spiders will progressively get larger until about September, when the large adult females are very noticeable due to their bright coloration, bright yellow. Males are much smaller, kind of a drab brown color, and they can often be seen in the webs along with the females. University of Georgia Extension reports that the spiders can fly and form parachutes out of their webs and actually can travel up to 50 to 100 miles through the wind. Just, they get drawn up in the atmosphere and the winds with their little parachute, and away they go. Because the Joro spider is not native to the United States, the Clemson Cooperative Extension says we don't really know what kind of impact it's going to have on animal wildlife. They do say not likely to be dangerous to humans or pets, other than being a nuisance in some situations. If Joro spiders are a nuisance and somewhere they need to be removed, researchers say to simply use a stick to move the web and the spider to another location. Pesticides will kill individual spiders, but they say if you kill one, more are likely to move into that area. Okay. They said they do not recommend using fire as a management tactic. If you see a Joro spider, researchers are asking that you report it to the iNaturalist Project. Orb weaving spiders in the southeastern USA. iNaturalist, it's the letter I, then the word natural. iNaturalist is a free online community platform for reporting flora and fauna sightings. They say your contribution helps them learn more about this species. So I'm looking at 2 separate photographs. One, it's a very small spider in the palm of someone's hand. Picture number 2 is the same spider in full grown, very big. Wow, covering about half of the back of their hand. It's just a very distinctive, bright yellow with kind of black stripes around it. I don't much like spiders at all. I got one outside the secret bunker that I've been kind of leaving alone and just kind of watching it grow. And it's really fascinating. It's, with each passing night, started off with making webs, maybe 6, 8 inches in diameter. And now spinning webs about 1.5 foot in diameter. But with each passing, it's like he'll build a web in literally 1 hour's time and take it down in the morning and step out when the sun comes up, say, hey, the spider web's gone. Yeah, lo and behold, sun goes down. There he is. He's out there spinning another web, fresh web. But it's just amazing how quickly, it's a kind of a beautiful thing to watch them spin in their web. I still don't like him. Our number, 844-844-3388. Yeah, back to Eagle on board this morning. Yes, Eagle, take 2.
Okay, I want to talk about a couple of things, Steve. Further evidence of the shooting that took place down in Uvalde. They keep showing the video. I don't know if you've seen the latest video. If I was this Ramos, the guy, the shooter, his mother, apparently she's back in town in Uvalde, and she got confronted by some of the kids' parents. The kids that got killed in the incident, they got into a big confrontation. If I was her, I think I'd find me another town to live in. I don't think that's a safe place for her to be with so much emotions with these people. Anything could happen to this woman. If she was smart, she'd find another place to live. Other than Uvalde, Texas. Texas is a big state, and I'm pretty sure she could find somewhere else to go if she's smart. No, she's not responsible for what happened, but she could have maybe stopped it if she would have got the boy some help. Maybe some of these things could happen. No, she didn't pull the gun. No, she didn't buy the gun. But the woman, she's responsible for raising this boy, and she didn't do a good job from the looks of it. Now, here's the deal, Steve. I got further evidence to back up my claim of what I said last week about this shooting. A lot of people are calling these guys, and I take back what I say myself. A lot of these people are calling these officers cowards. But I heard some people say they wasn't cowards. These people were told not to go in. There's evidence. They got an audio now, Steve. One of the cops that was standing out in the hallway, his wife was in that classroom, and he was notified that she had been shot, and they told that man not to go in. He wanted to go in the classroom, and other people out in the hallway, whoever the leader was, the head man, told him not to go in. Like I said before, they were told to stand down. This situation could have been avoided if they wouldn't have been told to stand down. Like I said before, the guy out in the parking lot, he had an aim at the guy. He saw the guy going towards the school, and he could have shot him down right there. But he had to ask the supervisor for the okay to shoot this Ramos punk. And so he got into the school and did his deal. So, like I said, police officers, Steve, in America, they saying that all over America, they were doing some studies about, I heard that they're having a police shortage. The morale is down. Nobody wants to join the police department now because now you shoot somebody and you might lose your whole career, Steve. You might end up going to jail yourself over shooting somebody now. They seem like they prosecute the lawman more than they do the criminal at this point. So they're having a real hard time getting people to sign up for the police department around America. And you can't blame American people. First, like I said, they don't pay enough money anyway. And then you got to deal with the aggravation of if you do your job, then these people are going to try to prosecute you as the bad guy. So it seems like you're in a no-win situation almost now, being in law enforcement, and it's really sad. Like I said, Steve, with this other incident that happened in Indianapolis, they tried to make that guy out to be a bad guy, talking about he was in a gun-free zone with a gun. Like I said, the guy that was shooting those people, he didn't care if it was a gun-free zone. The 4 people he gunned down. So, like I said, as long as, like you said before, Steve, you've been talking about this for years. Gun-free zones that's just another way for the punks, the thugs, or whatever they call themselves, the shooters. They just let them know that there are a bunch of unarmed people in that location, and it's a very good spot for them to go in a church, a school, a mall, or whatever. When they need to stop having this so-called gun-free zone, because all that does is give the shooter an opportunity. He knows that he's got a bunch of prey and a bunch of unarmed individuals in that place. So hopefully one of these days they'll figure it out and allow people to carry guns on the inside of a mall and shopping, so you can possibly stop a shooting that's going to take place and stop playing games with these people, because we got dangerous situations. And like I always tell you, I've been telling you this for years now, Steve. It's sad for me to have to say this, but it's not a matter of if we're gonna have another mass shooting in America. It's just a matter of when and where, what city and what town. But it will happen in the next couple of days or weeks. I promise you that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, we hit the top of the hour here, but yes. Going back several weeks ago, right after the shooting occurred, the discussion about, some were saying, they put these guys in jail. Yeah, Pappy had responded to that. These officers, there is a chain of command, right? Yeah, everybody just doesn't run in and act willy-nilly. You get your orders from whomever is in charge. There apparently is the ongoing investigation. Who was actually in charge? They're trying to figure out. But as far as those individual, yes, I mean, yeah, there were some officers literally almost restraining other officers from trying to go in. Yeah, a report I saw a few days ago said that individual police officers are not likely to face criminal charges for failing to take quicker action. But there are some that may actually be in a bit of trouble. Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, who was serving as the acting police chief on that day, was placed on administrative leave last weekend after a report was released by the Texas House of Representatives committee that's investigating the response. McLaughlin said in a statement that the leave is to allow for an investigation into what specific actions Lieutenant Pargas took to establish that command. Whether that was even feasible given all the different agencies involved and other possible policy violations. Now we know the school district's chief, Arredondo, who was on the scene and is seen on video that was released last Sunday, negotiating with the shooter. Apparently unaware at the time of 911 calls from children inside the classroom that people were still alive. Families of those who died looking for justice. Texas law makes it virtually impossible to charge any individuals because of immunity granted to officers. According to the Criminal Justice Center at Sam Houston State University, it's hard to file a civil lawsuit, but it's going to be up to a judge, he says, to decide that immunity. After that, it can go to a jury, and juries will do what juries do. The Texas House Committee, the judge, the report found that other than the attacker, they didn't find any, quote, villains in the course of the investigation. Instead, what we found was systemic failures, and egregious was the word they used, poor decision-making. They did fault Arredondo, saying he was supposed to assume command, and he failed to perform or to transfer to another person the role of incident commander. Officers are trained to follow orders from the person who's in command. But apparently it wasn't clear on that day who that person was, who's in charge here. Now, as a result of that incident, police should be looking at training for these sort of chaotic incidents. Beyond officer accountability, the system needs to be held accountable. This is much more than an individual officer's decision, but who's in charge? Who's making the decisions here? Who's making the call? I guess you would refer to that as essentially the proverbial cluster, you know what. It was a mess. And we get a news update. Plenty of room for you. Got a final hour yet to fill. Jump on board at 844-844-3388 this Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The House has passed legislation that will protect access to birth control, the latest move in a broader effort by Democrats to set out into federal law rights they fear could come under threat by the Supreme Court following its decision to wipe away the constitutional right to an abortion. The bill, called the Right to Contraception Act, now will go to Senate. The measure would create a statutory right for people to access birth control and protect a range of contraceptive methods. The Supreme Court has prevented the Biden administration from immediately reinstating rules that instructed U.S. deportation agents to prioritize the arrest of certain unauthorized immigrants, including those determined to pose a risk to public safety or national security. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
New York has identified a case of polio in Rockland County, the first in the U.S. in almost a decade. The New York State Health Department has confirmed polio has been eliminated in the U.S. since 1979 due to the success of the vaccine, according to the CDC. But travelers sometimes bring the virus into the country. Interest rates are on the rise.
The president of the Euro Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, had previously signaled it would be increasing the rates in July and September as consumer prices kept surging. Reporting from Frankfurt, Germany, the institution had kept rates at historic lows, in fact, in negative territory since 2014. Today's action calls for a 50 basis point increase. Yeah, that's a full 0.5%. The ECB's new anti-fragmentation tool may be put to the test, which is aimed at supporting those nations with big giant debts like Italy. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A January 6 Capitol rioter who recorded herself saying that they were looking for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to, quote, shoot her in the freaking brains, end quote, was sentenced to 60 days in prison, according to officials. Prosecutors called her comments about killing Pelosi, quote, among the most graphic statements uttered by any rioter on Capitol grounds that day, end quote. But the prosecutor did acknowledge there was no evidence she intended to carry it out. Cities are needing help.
The mayors of New York City and Washington, D.C. are asking for federal help with illegal immigrants and asylum seekers that they claim are overwhelming their shelters. Eagle Pass, Texas Mayor Pro Tem Yolanda Roman responds to their cries for help on Fox News.
Good luck to them, because we haven't gotten the help that we need for over a year. So I don't know how they expect to get it. So somebody, if they do, I will be interested in knowing how they're getting it over there, and we cannot get it here down in the border.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
YouTube announced it will remove a video from its platform if it, quote, provides instructions for unsafe abortion methods or promotes false claims about abortion safety, end quote. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Kind of comical to be hearing in the headlines. Yeah, New York City, Washington. Hey, we're being overwhelmed by illegals. You got to do something. Our shelters are at capacity. All these people aren't supposed to be here. We can't accommodate them. We don't have the resources. You ain't dealing with nothing compared to what they're dealing along the southern border. And of course, you don't know what the intent of these individuals that are showing up in your cities are to begin with. It's a good chance there's some criminals embedded in the mix. As we've now come to find out, the tragedy of the 53 illegals that died in the back of that tractor trailer a few weeks ago in the stifling Texas heat. 11 of those 53 had serious criminal records. Serious crimes that had been committed here in the United States. According to the report, Henry Culler, a Democrat from Laredo, says the 11 migrants charged with crimes in the United States obviously had been here before. They were trying to come back when they died. 11 people had serious criminal records in the United States. We're not talking other countries, right here in the United States. So that means they had been here before. They had broken the law previously. And we're not talking DUIs or parking tickets. These were serious felony records in the United States. They had been here before. 20% had serious felony records in the U.S., pointing out that some of the charges included child abuse, homicide. Yeah, homicide. Good characters. The names, ages, the exact felony charges for the migrants was not released. But that's the trailer with the 53 that had made it through the Border Patrol checkpoint nearly 30 miles outside of Laredo. Charlie Checkpoint 29. All right. From, let's see, October 1 of last year and July the 6th of this year, Border Patrol agents stopped 195 tractor trailers attempting to smuggle illegals through that checkpoint. Yeah, rescuing somewhere close to 8,000 migrants from potentially deadly situations, just like the one that unfolded there in San Antonio. And that's not counting other vehicles that they have caught. Yeah, that's almost one a day they're trying to get through. Just at the Laredo checkpoint, one a day nearly. All right, then Eagle mentioned in his first call this morning the Homeland Security Secretary. Here's the guy that should be supposed to be in charge of the border, Alejandro Mayorkas, trying to say our border is closed and secure, was his quote. Ted Cruz immediately responds, dude, you're flat out lying. Last weekend, I brought 7 senators down to the border. I've been to the border many, many times, and right now it's worse than I've ever seen, he said. It is utter chaos. We have open borders. Mayorkas earlier this week said the U.S.-Mexico border is, quote, secure, as the migrant crossings hit an all-time high. Look, the border's secure. Speaking at the Aspen Security Forum in Colorado, but the administration still working to make the border more secure, he said. It's been quite the challenge, the historic challenge. Customs and Border Protection announcing last week there were 207,000 encounters at the border in the month of June. The numbers are going up every month. It was 189,000 last year in the month of June. We're now at 1.95 million encountered crossings at the border this fiscal year, and about 1.75 million have been encountered in fiscal year 2022. All right, well, 1.95 was last fiscal year. We're at 1.75 million this year, but the fiscal year doesn't end till the end of September. So we got the rest of July, all of August, all of September. I'd say undoubtedly we're going to surpass that 1.95 from last year. Now, Ted said on their outing with the senators, it's easy to spot people trying to cross. We went out. First thing we did, we landed Thursday night, went out with the midnight patrol with the Border Patrol. You don't have to go and hunt for people crossing. I mean, in a matter of minutes, you encounter group after group after group, and it's a steady stream of humanity. First group we encountered was teenagers, 16 and 17-year-olds traveling alone. Next group we encountered was about a dozen people, mostly women and children. 2 little girls in that group that were both 7 years old. They were actually unaccompanied minors. They had been brought over by the drug cartels a couple of weeks earlier. Border Patrol had found 2 little girls, 5 and 6-year-olds, who'd been violently raped by the drug cartel. Had to provide medical care because these girls were in really bad shape, he said. That's what's happening every minute, every hour, every day on our southern border. And Biden, this administration, just continues to ignore the situation. Yeah, they've handed this agenda to the radicals that embrace an open border. So right now, what Mayorkas is trying to do is make the process of open borders more efficient. So he actually tracks efficiency. But here's what efficiency is. From the moment you apprehend someone, efficiency is how quickly you release them. He wants them released quicker. Now, in just this past week, we're now seeing the mayor of New York City, the mayor of Washington, D.C., saying, we are being drowned in illegal aliens. Help! We need help! You can't defend this. And the Democrats aren't even trying. But yeah, you've got the criminal element coming in right there with them. Child molesters, murderers. Come on in. Welcome to America. Hey there, Mercury Man. Welcome back.
That's a crying damn shame, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Crying shame, boy. But if you take Texas, you know, you got it. If they can take over Texas with the population and everything, and then those people are not supposed to vote, but their children will be able to vote in the next 20 years or whatever, and it'll be over then. But if they vote for Democrats anyway. But I was going. You mentioned a while ago about the gun laws here in Mississippi. Of course, you know I live down here in Mississippi, and yeah, but it's like the Wild West down here. You could strap on a gun. You can do, you know, you could flaunt it. Now it's not wise to take your AR-15 into a grocery store or something like that, you know. But
yeah,
it's pretty much welcome down here. You do not have to have a permit to conceal it either. It is all constitutional carry wherever you want to put it.
Well, after I mentioned the schools,
briefcase, glove box.
After I mentioned the schools in Mississippi, I'm sorry, I had someone emailed me and said that they've got a family member that's been teaching for 20 years there in Mississippi. He said, I can guarantee you her class has nothing to worry about. Okay.
Right. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like I said, it wouldn't be wise to strap your AR and walk into a school or something like that. That'd be stupid. But no, there's principals, there's coaches, Mississippi is very liberal when it comes to strapping iron on the side. You know, you pretty much do what you want to, and it's been like that for a long time. You know, back when we were kids, you know, it wasn't nothing to have your guns in your vehicles and stuff like that. Nobody gonna tell you not to. You can carry it. If you go into a bank, you can have a gun on, but it's kind of frowned upon. They don't, you just don't want to. You don't want to do it. And you can't not wear a gun inside a courtroom or a police station. That's the only two places really that you don't.
Mm-hmm.
It's not wise to, you know. But Walmart, Dollar General, whatever, you know, they'll have a sign on the door that says no firearms, but they don't pay no attention to it. But it's pretty much wide open down here. But talking about the border, man, that is just unbelievable that they got all these people coming over here and they will not do nothing about it. They just won't do nothing about it. And I'm like Moose now. I think we've all been flushed down the toilet and we're in the pipe now, and we're on the way down. So, but let me tell you another story right quick before you let you go. There was a car chase down here in Jackson yesterday from a little community called Pearl, and they chased this guy. He was running from the law. They chased him into Jackson city limits down here. And he went down a little residential road and everything, and he come on a mail carrier and run into the side of the mail Jeep. Of course, it knocked the guy out of the Jeep. They don't wear seatbelts in them Jeeps or whatever, and killed him. And they having a big stink about that down here now. You know, they've been the city of Jackson has been bitching about other communities around here chasing criminals back into their town. You know, well, the criminals the thugs or whatever, they'll stroll out and go rob in the other communities and then run back home. See, and Jackson will not do nothing about it. They just will not do nothing about it. But they caught the guy that run over the boy, but it was too late. You know, and that was a pretty bad deal. But you might could look that up on the news down here or whatever. That's pretty big. But that's all I got, and y'all have a good weekend, man.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, Mercury Man, you do the same. Have a great weekend. And we return into...
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, jump right back to your calls here on a Friday morning. And horse feathers, yes, sir.
Hey, thanks for taking me back there quick, Your Honor. Hey, you got talking about them flying spiders and that. And oh, we got the spotted lanternflies there. They've kind of infiltrated down from Pennsylvania now down into Maryland, so we got them going on. And I guess they're up there into New York and out in western New York. And, of course, they're all worried about all your fruit trees now, all your fruits, and then not just the trees, but like grapevines. And so all those, any of those fruit bearing crops all are kind of have the possibility of being overrun by these spotted lanternflies. And so now starting to see them down here, them things are next to impossible to try to catch. They can jump sideways and all kinds of different things that you can't get a hold of them. So don't know what their plans are for them, but it ain't looking good. Looks like the Chinese infiltration of the spotted lanternfly is going to be here permanent to do whatever destruction it's going to do.
I hadn't heard much about them in the last couple of years. I remember, at one point they had like quarantines in a bunch of counties up there about bringing vehicles in and out and whatnot. Do they still have that?
They still do. They're still trying to, mitigate as much as possible, but they're pretty much just starting to overrun, and it won't be long before they're all over the place. You'll be having them out there in Ohio probably in the next 2 or 3 years. I bet. So, but anyways, hey, speaking of that, there I go by this one market store there. They're a fruit place there, and mostly do apple trees, but you do your apples and that, but they do peaches and cherries, and of course your blueberries and strawberries and all that, and they hang signs out there at their place, what they got going on, and they got a great big sign up there that apparently they're doing donuts now, and this hung right up there. It says, "You pick donuts." Do you know what a donut tree is, or a donut bush? What is it? What does the donuts grow on? I mean, they got you pick donuts.
New it on me.
So anyways, we got to check more into that there. Maybe it's Krispy Kremes there. Maybe Chevy guy can get us all enlightened about going down to the you pick donut, Krispy Kreme donut patch or something there. So anyways, I thought I'd just check back in with that real quick. And yeah, if you see them spotted lanternflies, they may be pretty after they grow up, but you find any way to kill them, smash them. Don't let them live like them flying spiders. So anyways, all right, with all that, we'll catch you later, and you all have a fine weekend, and we'll see you on the radio Monday.
All right, have a great weekend. Thank you very much. Hey, always moving. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, too. So I worked late and thought I'd check in before everyone disappears for the weekend. Wanted to give you a couple of updates. As you can hear, my voice is still a little raspy.
It's a lot better, better than it was the other night, though. You were pretty raspy the other night.
Yeah, and, there were a couple of days while I was gone that I didn't have any voice. I was coughing in my pillow every night. I had felt like allergies, real bad sinus headache. Guess what all the symptoms are for the new COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, I didn't get tested because I didn't think about it. I just thought it was allergies or something. I didn't know. I mean, it didn't. I still have my smell, all the stuff. I did not have any of what I had always, on the unit, what we talked about for the classic symptoms. But then they're talking about whatever the newest variant is, and I'm like, Well, I guess I just drove cross country, making sure everybody got a little taste of it.
There you go.
But yeah, and that's how it happens. But oh well, I didn't know. And I work with it from front line all this time. Anyway, did want to let you know too that out there where I was visiting my daughter, got word that unfortunately a big fire has erupted out there, just a couple miles from their place. And you can look it up. It's called the Moose Fire near Salmon, Idaho. Over 20,600 acres, last I had checked. And very sad because one of the roads that we drove on was what's called River Road, and it runs from North Fork west, and it follows the Salmon River. And at the time, I was saying it was the most beautiful scenic road I'd ever been on, and photographed a bald eagle sitting in a tree and a deer along the waterway, and it's just magnificent. It's absolutely spectacular country, and by golly, that's where the fire is, and it's on both sides of the Salmon River. My daughter sent me a video. It's very smoky where she is. And they are still doing okay. They have not been evacuated yet. They're hoping to keep the fire from coming up to them, but it's about 5 miles from their house, which, as a fire goes, that's pretty darn close.
Yes, it is.
And, you know, I get to wondering, I mean, they have lots of fields of cattle, and they have them in assorted fields all over the place where they, you know, rent the fields out and stuff, and then they've got, you know, a ton of horses and all the other critters and stuff. And, you know, I was really quite concerned. And she said he's got sprinklers on the house and they have hoses and stuff, but, you know, I just worry about him. And so, got that. And, I don't know where you got all that information about the people in the trailer and all of those bad people, because Biden was very, very clear in his debates that those were all good people that were just looking for a better way of life. That's all that we're having come up here. And there's no drug traffickers. There's no, they're not doing anything. There's no coyotes that are being cruel to anybody. That's not happening at all. And they assured us, very much, and the rest of them have assured us that these windmills are so good. That's why all of the tall buildings in New York City have them. They're on all of the tall buildings. They're on all of the buildings that are in Washington, D.C., because those windmills are going to power the electricity to run those cities. And that's why they're all full of windmills. And, you know, they need to show that, to show the American people that they're putting their money where their mouth is. They know what they're doing. It works in their city, and it's all good. And the rest of this stuff, I don't know where you're all getting at. That's just funk.
Fake news.
But anyway, yeah, fake news. That's all that is, fake news. Anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Boy, it takes a long time to recover from a 2-week vacation. That's for sure. Today was the first day I kind of felt like I was among the living. But boy, I enjoyed every minute of it out there. It was just spectacular. So have a great weekend, and hopefully, God willing, and all that good stuff, we'll all be able to get together again Sunday night, Monday morning, and chit-chat some more.
That sounds great.
So,
thank you.
enjoy.
Always moving. You do the same. Have a great weekend.
USA Radio News.
The House has passed legislation that will protect access to birth control. The latest move in a broader effort by Democrats to set out into federal law rights they fear could come under threat by the Supreme Court following its decision to wipe away the constitutional right to an abortion. The bill, called the Right to Contraception Act, now will go to Senate. A Massachusetts train catches on fire, forcing one passenger to jump into a river and several others to climb out of a window. The Boston area public transit train caught on fire during a commute. The fire is the latest in a string of dangerous problems with the system. No injuries were reported, and the one person who jumped into the river declined medical attention. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology.
Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Steve, checking in here on a Friday. Heading into Columbus for today's route. Seems like the week's been going by slower than usual. Thankfully, it's Friday. Take a couple days to rest the week away. The home improvement project's still going on, so hopefully we'll get finished maybe this weekend. Just want to say, everybody, have a great weekend. We'll catch up again Monday. There you go. Here's a nice meme as we head into the weekend. It's a photograph of Pete Buttigieg. Never mind. Yeah, everything I know about transportation. Yeah, I got you. That's pretty good. That's great. Thank you, Steve. It's 844-844-3388. Blind man, hi there.
Hey, Steve. I am frustrated this morning. I tried to get your show, and the latest episode that Alexa will give me was from yesterday. And I keep telling it to play today's show, and it won't. So I'm going to have to, I don't know what to do now, because I want to hear your show when I'm awake and, can't sleep.
Yeah.
So is there any way you can look into that?
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about the whole Alexa thing. I mean, normally you're supposed to say, Alexa, activate the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, and then it usually gives me music overnight drive, some music show or something.
Okay.
And I have to keep telling it, to play your show, and it just won't. But anyway, what I wanted to talk about is Mary, our mayor of D.C. is hopping mad. Apparently, the governors of Texas and Arizona have followed through.
Yes.
Because now she's complaining about all the illegals being bussed into D.C. and the blacks are ticked off along with Bowser and wants Biden to do something about it.
Maybe a good idea would be for Biden to do something about securing the damn border, right? Then the buses would stop flowing.
Exactly. Oh, he's got COVID. I wonder if he lost his sense of smell.
I don't think this latest version, this Omicron variant, hasn't been doing much with losing the sense of smell. Said he's got a stuffy nose, I guess, generally weak, kind of weak and a dry cough.
And the last thing I wanted to talk about, I guess you know that Dan Cox won here in Maryland on the Republican side for governor. Larry Hogan cannot run anymore. He's term limited, and he's not doing a blasted thing to help Dan Cox. In fact, he's working with the Democrats to make sure that the voters vote for the Democrat guy, and they're still counting here, so they don't know who's going to be running against Dan Cox. But Rob Carson the other day, when he was talking about Dan Cox winning, decided to play the theme from Hogan's Heroes in honor of Lockdown Larry Hogan.
There you go, Lockdown Larry.
Yep, that's what he's known as here. Oh, man, I just hope people wake up. I really do.
Well, blind
man,
man,
I can't.
It's great to hear from you, brother. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe by the time the weekend wraps up, they'll know, because they've got, I guess they got all the mail-in ballots. Apparently a whole lot of Democrat mail-in ballots. Something like 600 and some thousand, I think they said they had to go through. Hand count. All right. Let's see who we got here. Would that be Granny by chance?
No, it's Snuffy.
It's Snuffy. It's not Granny. Hey, Snuffy, what's happening?
That's right. Hey, I was just listening to that, and I think they're still counting votes from the last presidential election.
Could be.
Getting a head start on the next one. I want to say hello to everybody out there. Anybody that knows our situation, I'm happy to report that we're doing better.
Okay.
We're finally getting through all the fog and coming out of it. But I got good news yesterday. My doctor's nurse called me and said that all my blood work came back normal. And I told her that can't be true because I'm a truck driver. I ain't nowhere near normal.
Yeah, right.
But she said normal on paper. So I'll buy that. But I was thinking that some I've been hearing on the news stories on your show overnight tonight. One of the January 6th protesters, some female, I don't know who it is, looks like they're going to go to jail because evidently she was in there and was heard saying something about, let's find Nancy Pelosi and shoot her in the brains. Now, I don't know about everybody else, but it kind of struck me strange is because it's a known fact not one of those protesters had a gun. Why would somebody say something like that if they wasn't even carrying a gun?
Correct.
Seems a little strange.
No weapons. No
fine,
weapons ever confiscated there. No weapons found. I mean, I guess the guy that had the flag that they kind of alluded could be used as a spear. They tried to consider that a weapon.
Yeah, supposedly she said they wanted to shoot Nancy Pelosi in the brain. How could somebody shoot somebody if they wasn't carrying a gun?
Correct.
Sounds like a made-up deal. Of course, they wouldn't do that. But, yeah, we're doing fine. We had to run down to Florida. We're in our personal vehicle. We was having trouble transferring our driver's license from Florida back to Ohio since we moved back to Ohio, and we had to come down here to take care of this. And we're on our way back to Ohio now. So hopefully we got it resolved.
Really? You had to go all the way down there to get your license thing? What would they need? Some sort of form or something? They couldn't mail it or fax it? Or?
Well, it had to do with our hazmat endorsement for a job.
Yeah.
And it was just screwed up. I don't know what happened. Well, what happened, they got some kind of new thing where the hazmat endorsement expired, but the driver's license did not. And I couldn't get it resolved in Ohio. I even went to West Virginia to try to get it resolved. And we ended up having to go all the way back to Florida where we were living at and redo the hazmat background check in Florida. So hopefully that got it resolved. So we're on our way back to Ohio.
Wow.
But it's a mess. It's been months trying to straighten this out.
Wow.
The good news is our license didn't expire till next year, so we're good to work. It's just the other thing. It's weird. You would think it would expire when your driver's license expires.
You would think.
But it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, interesting. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, it's been a mess, but hopefully we got it resolved. And I'm looking forward to it. We're going back to Ohio. Then we're going to Richmond, Kentucky for the weekend. That's where we're working out of. So we'll be back to work by Sunday. And we've been off 2 weeks. So it's time to get back to work.
All right.
I'll let you go there, Steve. I'm a driving and talking.
Well, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Don't be a stranger. Glad you got things worked out there. And we'll return into...
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot
These are
Shot
the beach
Secret
edges to the
Everyday
outside
Diesel
East Fed
Treatment
racetrack.
is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, like always, Reuben said, that's got to be fake news, Steve. I don't know where you're coming up with this stuff. Who sent that to you? Somebody sent me an email. I said, yeah, it's got to be fake news. I thought all these undocumented immigrants were just doing the job that us lazy Americans won't do. Not living in homeless shelters. No. All right, who we got on the line here? This is that Tim Jim by chance? Or Jim?
Jim.
Hello, Jim.
How are you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
Hello. You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jim. What's happening?
Oh, okay. Hey, one quick thought about Biden with his bout with COVID. I think maybe he's had it for a long time because it started out maybe he lost his sense of smell and then his taste, and now he has no senses at all anymore.
All gone.
Yeah. So no, what I really called about is I had referred to you in a text message quite a while ago about I do sedan delivery. And I decided to go ahead and try that Hot Shot Secret on my Toyota Matrix that I drive.
Yep.
And I had been getting 34.5 miles to a gallon. I think at one time I measured 34.8. Had been my best until I had the last oil change, and then I added Hot Shot Secret to it, and I'm hitting 37 miles to a gallon now. And that helps a lot because this week alone I put almost 2,500 miles in. So, you know, I'm not a mathematician, but it seems like that's helped out quite a bit.
That's pretty big. 3 miles a gallon is significant.
Oh yeah, yeah. Especially now, you know, with the fuel prices. I don't know what happened. You know, we're doing a lot better with the prices anyway. This trip got as low as $386 over on I-75. I can't remember what town it was. I-75 in Ohio, and even in Pennsylvania, the most I spent was $449, and that's kind of unusual for PA to have prices in that range.
Right.
But, this is my first call to you in the new format. I talked to you a couple times back when news was 700, and just wanted to share that with you.
Hey, can we hook you up with the first-time caller code? How about that?
That'd work for me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Try some of the other Hot Shot Secret products. Maybe put you if you got a lot of miles on that on your vehicle there. Put some of that shift restore in the transmission. If you have access, a lot of I don't know. You might have a sealed transmission like some of the newer ones do.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a 5-speed. I don't know how that would work, but I talked to my mechanic. Maybe he can advise me on that. But yeah, it's speedometer quit working on here when it got 299,999.
Oh, you got a lot of miles. Wow.
Yeah. I'd say that there's another close to 50 more on top of that now.
Wow.
So
that's pretty impressive alone.
Yeah. But I thought I've been listening for free now. I thought I'd have some input to you. But I even listen to you at home when I'm not on the road. So I guess I like hearing all those truckers calling in. My dad had a career of trucking. My brother had a career of trucking. And here I am stuck driving a Matchbox car around. But hey, I feel like a trucker sometimes.
Well, you're out there putting the miles in, so yeah, it probably feels like you're a trucker.
Yeah, I had 91,000 miles in last year doing what I do.
Wow, okay.
So I know that's comparable to some of those who were out on the road. But that's all I got, Steve. I appreciate the format. I appreciate having you on through the week. Helps you get through the night. And then the advice for Hot Shot Secrets sure paid off for me.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And don't be a stranger.
All right.
Have a great weekend. There's Jim. All right. Another first-time caller. And it looks like with that, we are pretty much out of time this Friday morning. There you go. Here comes the weekend. Everybody be safe out there. Safe travels. Enjoy your time off. Whether it's the pool, heading to the beach, watch out for the sharks, right? And we'll be back here at the midnight hour Sunday night, Monday morning to get another full week started. Matter of fact, that'll be the final full week for the month of July, won't it? Wow. Summer's flying by. Join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but